one of you is not able to easily fill in, just say, how would you play that shot?
Right,
Or
yeah.
what do you think about that decision? Just throw some softballs at each other so you get back and forth. When you see the refs, thank the refs. Mention Jeff and, the people, Michael Albert and Russ and them working diligently. We should definitely mention Jamie and Paul and Russ working for the past hour here to try to build this back up from the ground. Sam, you're going to do commentary?
When they get it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they get it up.
Alright, I'm gonna hear. Still at 70. You're good. You got plenty of battery in that if you need it.
Thank you. All right, so
We're live.
We're
live.
We're live.
Mics are hot.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We had some technical difficulties with the live feed, but we are in Game 2 of the semifinals here at the WCF World Championship. I'm going to introduce our new commentators. We have. Let's let them introduce themselves. We have.
So we've got Sam Cuthbert from England, and alongside me we've got Thomas Halliday from Scotland.
Hello. Yeah, it's a lovely sunny day here, and we've just been watching Robert and Ewan going through the second game. Robert won the first, and at the moment it is 4-2 to Robert.
Tell everybody where we are.
Yeah.
So here we are at Chesapeake Bay Croquet Club, one of the largest clubs in the entire world, in Hartford, Virginia.
This is, of course, the WCF World Championship, and it's being hosted by the US Croquet Association. Now, some of you might be first-time viewers of golf croquet, so just as a quick primer for how the game works, we have 4 balls. There's red and yellow versus blue and black. They're played in a strict sequence order, blue, red, black, yellow, and the aim is to make 7 hoops before your opponent.
So as you can see here, Rob running hoop 7 beautifully down to hoop 8, taking a 5-2 lead in game 2. So this is a best of 5 game, whereas previously matches that we've been showing you have been best of 3. This means that it's the first to 3 winners. This is now the semi-final, and the final will be played tomorrow, with the winner of this game playing the winner of Blake Fields, the young American, versus K Kamel, the Egyptian. So, Thomas, how have you been finding the conditions here?
The conditions have been very tricky, actually. The hoops here are set fairly firmly. I believe that the soil here is quite clayey, which means that these quadways are extremely springy. It means that it's in a position like that where you have blue at quite an angle, it's a lot more difficult to jaws than the ball in the hoop than you might expect in a typical club setting.
So Ewan's approach here slightly overshot past the 45-degree mark in this hoop, while possible is becoming very, very difficult.
The lawns here are also rather fast, and while very flat, there is a tendency sometimes for the ball to deviate towards the end. So the precision of the shots can be very difficult. It's good to see Robert there taking a position such that he can clear blue into a wide position, perhaps.
Yeah, and that's a nice position. That's a nice position by Ewan there, slightly deeper, well in hoop running position, with blue potentially able to jaws or clear red. And that's a great centre ball clearance there by Rob,
Has he got the wire?
potentially putting it into wide position. As the balls come back on, I'd like to take a moment to thank our hard-working crew over the past couple of hours, Jamie Gumbrell, Paul Newbecker and Russ Dilley, all working really hard behind the scenes to get this stream back up and running.
Yeah, we're delighted here to be able to bring you the footage of the semi-finals and indeed of the entire knockout stage. As Ewan lines up a clearance on red. Oh, and he's
Slight miss to the left there by Ewan, giving Rob a nice opportunity now to take an important 6-2 lead, getting that important 6 points.
And you'd rather think that if Robert takes a 6-2 lead, he's not going to relinquish it. He's only lost a single game this entire tournament. That was a 7-6 loss to Sharif Abdelwahab in the group stages. And in terms of matches, I believe he's not lost a golf croquet match even since November, certainly not here.
And that's a great hoop there to go 6-2 up. Runs it off the boundary, leaving Ewan with a real challenge to get back into this game. Yeah, Rob is one of those players that he's constantly in the game. Wherever Ewan's going to put him, Rob will always be able to come up with something to try and get himself back into it. Of course, not only just a golf croquet player, but top AC player as well. So he's got that control that all the AC players bring to this game.
But Ewan's not out of it yet, and he's taken a very good position at hoop 9.
Now Rob probably going to position slightly deeper here, not giving Ewan the opportunity to clear.
And I'm surprised.
Surprised by that. It's very strong position, very tight with the hoop, but Ewan with a nice opportunity to clear it next turn.
Yes, there's a general tactic that is used by many good croquet. Oh, that's a fantastic shot. A good tactic taken by top croquet players of taking the outside position, trying to hold the boundary so you're able to clear your opponent into the lawn. But Ewan there with a wonderful snuggling block on yellow.
Rob, while hits black, doesn't get enough on it to force black into a difficult clearance. Ewan now with a real good opportunity to take a point back. Bring it back 6-3.
Oh, he's going to go for yellow. I wondered whether he had the angle to run the hoop. And I think Ewan is wondering that as well. There's a possibility here if he does run it and he runs it far up that yellow would be blocked. But he's going for the clearance on yellow. And I think looks like he's got possibly the blocking line from yellow back for the return clearance as well.
And it's a nice shot by Ewan, holds position, putting solid distance for yellow to make the clearance. Rob lining up now, probably a 20-yard clearance. And black in a good position to get the potentially was blocking yellow's shot at blue. Ewan now really should be making this 6-3.
And not only that, running all the way up to 10 to take advantage of the next hoop as well.
Yeah, and that's a really nice hoop there by Ewan. Solidly up to hoop 10.
Very well weighted.
Not only the opportunity to clear anything that Rob puts near, but also the chance to take the hoop point if he wants it. So for those of you who are just joining back as the stream has been down for an hour or so, I'd like to reintroduce myself. I'm Sam Cuthbert from England, and I'm joined by Thomas Halliday of Scotland.
Yes, and so how have you been getting on, Sam, in this tournament?
Well, I've had a very good time myself. I've had a nice time in the block. Got 5 wins, which unfortunately wasn't enough to get me a playoff into the knockout. But I've had a lot of fun playing in the plate, where I've just been knocked out by the young New Zealander Nathan Bullen.
Oh, commiserations there, but coming in as a qualifier, that's a fantastic result. I have finally achieved my own first match win today in the Z, the consolations of consolations. So yes, these loans have proved extremely difficult for me, but they are, as we look at Ian lining up for a clearance on red to...
That's a nice clearance by Ewan. He's held really solid position, and with yellow being past the hoop, Ewan really looking to make this 6-4 now. dragging himself back into this game.
Robert has not been missing many clearances that are of below about 10 yards, really. No, so if he's trying, but he's lining up to see if he's got a position.
So as Rob's got the 6-3 lead now, which is a strong position to be in. The important 6th hoop, guaranteeing the first shot to hoop 13, the all-important final hoop if the game goes to 6-all.
Yes, of course, that means that Ewan will have to score the next 4 hoops in order to win this game, and if he fails to do that, Robert will take a 2-0 lead in the match overall, which will mean that Ewan will have to win the last 3. You can see Nathan Bullen and Adam Barr playing in the plate in the background there.
Now Ewan lining up what's probably a 3.5 yard hoop shot now to bring it back to 6-4. Bounces off there quite solidly and out of hoop running position, importantly.
And you can really see how the quadways will really reject a ball if you're not precise. There's many a time we've seen players hit a ball extremely centrally, possibly only a couple of millimeters out, and the ball has been rejected. Would you have taken on the hoop shot there?
I think with yellow out of hoop running position and blue only being cleared to the short boundary, it was a good option and an aggressive option for Ewan to take. And personally, I'd have done the same thing.
Yes, I think when you're behind in a game, you have to take the chances that you have, knowing that they may be the best ones that you get.
Yeah. Ewan slightly hampered in that clearance there, so can only play it softly, just getting Rob out of hoop running position. It looks like he's just going to return the clearance back to blue.
And it's short enough that Robert ought to be able to hold control and with red and to remain in position so that he'll be able to run the hoop as well. And he's done that perfectly.
So it looks like in the background, as you can see while Ewan is lining up this clearance, Nathan has a jump to go 2-all, and he makes it. Very nice shot by him. And Ewan also holds nice position on that clearance of red.
It's worth, Sam, I think, just taking a moment to thank all the volunteers as well. You can see well after Nathan scored that, and we have volunteers on every scoreboard, a scoreboard on every lawn, and they've been a great help just keeping track of everything throughout the competition.
Yeah. I think it's worth taking a moment to appreciate that shot by Ewan. Considering how bouncy these lawns have been, it has been very hard to control stop shots. So hitting flat on these lawns has been absolutely essential.
Yes, there's been many a time when an attempted hard clearance has gone sailing over the top of the intended ball.
Yeah. So how these lawns, Thomas? How have you found the best way to deal with these slightly bouncing balls?
Well, in my case, my game is based around positioning. Really, I'm not exactly a power player, and so I've been trying to ensure that I stay far enough back from the hoop to give myself the right amount of error margin, so I'm able to at least take my hoop shots on. Trying to account for the little weaves that can sometimes take place as a result of this grass being so incredibly short. The harder clearances, when you need to take them, you just have to hit it as smoothly as possible and try and make sure that your technique is absolutely perfect.
And that's a really nice clearance from you, and there getting yellow into wide position from blue. He also might even have red protecting it as well.
We'd like to say hello to everybody who's watching. We have 182 people watching this stream. That's a veritable massed crowd for a croquet match online. So thank you all, and from all over the world as well.
Yeah, lots of support in the chat coming in for both Ewan, the Canadians on the far lawns, and also some of the Egyptian Khaled in the back, playing on what is lawn 14, just out of shot. Now Ewan taking on this jump shot to go 6-4 down, but still not quite making that hoop. finding it very difficult on these tough quadways.
Yes, the match between Khalid and Blake, we'll bring you scores as and when we know what they are. At the moment it is 2-0 to Blake in the second, having won the first 7-4. That second game on that one started a little later than the second one here because they spent some time resetting the hoops. Both Blake and Khalid, of course, are quite hard hitters, and the volunteers and referees have been resetting the hoops often after every single game.
But that's a really nice hoop by Rob to go 7-3 up and take the game to 2-0, meaning he's just got to get one more win to book his place in the World Championship final tomorrow. So now we're switching to Blake versus Khaled, and it's currently 2-0 to the 18-year-old Blake Fields. And as you can see there, the ball just bouncing over on those hard clearances.
Yeah, and like you, and Blake has been playing since he was 7 years old.
Yeah, Blake playing from a young age and currently a senior at Xavier College Preparatory High School in Marford in Palm Desert. He plays in Mission Hills Country Club in California.
Yes, whereas Khalid is a professional at the Gezira Club in Egypt. Is the last Egyptian standing in the knockout.
Yeah. Khaled now to make it 2-1. Lovely hoop, but plays this with a lot of power down off on the south boundary. 2-1 to Blake now.
And a mallet there made by Sharif Abdelwahab.
Yes. So Khaled has been playing croquet for about 10 years. This is his second World Championship, and he is a pro player at the Gezira Club in Cairo. Yeah. So Blake, first ball in, slightly deeper, and being good hoop running position, and also with the ability to clear anything that Khaled puts in. Now, Khaled comes from a huge family with 75 nieces and nephews. So on behalf of Khaled, I'd like to say hi to all of his family watching back in Egypt. That's two really strong balls in by Blake, in complete control over hoop 4 now. So Khaled here will probably be looking to make a clearance on one of Blake's balls to stop the hoop shot. Blake being a very aggressive player and liking to take on his hoops when they're open.
Of course, following ball order, it's yellow always to follow black, so he's been attempting to place a block there to specifically knock out yellow. However, Blake is quite happily taking on a clearance. We can see there Blake's remarkably fast swing. It generates a lot of power from that.
Yeah. Have you had the opportunity to be stood by him as he swings his mallet and when he connects with the ball?
Yes, the noise is quite spectacular, actually.
That's a great hoop.
Wonderful.
3-1 to Blake. That's the type of play that we've kind of come to expect from Blake. Hard hitting and really accurate at these hoops.
Yes,
He's been one of the few players that seems to be able to go at these as hard as he likes and still run them easily.
And not only one, yesterday in the quarterfinals, he managed to run 5 and 6 with a single shot, which is a remarkable thing given that there ought to be a peg in the way. Incredible amount of curve around the peg, and yeah, it was wonderful.
And Blake unlucky to miss that slightly on the right-hand side of that clearance. Blue putting in a very strong ball. Now, is that the shot you'd have played there, Thomas, or would you have put one in and relied on your shot with yellow?
I think knocking out a blue when you have a much shorter clearance is certainly the shot for me. Of course, it'll depend on your percentages. If you're very happy making that hoop shot that's about 10 yards, so not the hoop shot, the clearance on blue that's about 10 yards with yellow from the south boundary, then that would certainly be an option as well. I prefer, I think, to take out the ball straight away.
Yeah. That shot from Black in by Khaled just slightly short, not quite getting the block. And Blake makes full advantage of that with a beautiful clearance. Just flicking off the side of the hoop to the side, not quite with the in-off. So on top of the clearance, Blake there, unlucky, one might argue, not to make the hoop in the same shot.
Blake, of course, both of these players went to 5 in their quarterfinals yesterday. They were both extremely exciting finishes. Blake, in his match against Brian Lozano, had a wonderful in-off from about the same position, where it made hard contact with yellow, jumped over the red ball and through the top of the hoop to score 5. Blake's game against Brian, though, the final one finished in near total darkness last night. That was an exciting finish.
Yeah, for those of you watching the stream last night, you might have struggled even seeing the hoops. It was really watching the players' reaction to see if they'd scored.
And Khalid's game yesterday, which finished with a wonderful 3 hoops in 5 shots to overtake Tom Boulding. Both have had very intense matches yesterday, and it's great to see that they've recovered and are still hitting with such quality today.
Yeah. Blake there just missing that long clearance on the right, giving Khaled a chance to pull one back, making it 3-2. So this hoop probably just over a yard and slightly angled. But for a player of his quality, even with these hoops, I'd expect him to make it.
Yes, and as an update on the other semi-final, Robert Fletcher has won the second game and is now, he won it 7-3, so he's now 2 games to nothing ahead and in pole position to reach a Golf Croquet World Championship final.
Yeah. Rob's record for this tournament has just been incredible. He has played 28 games so far and has won 27 of them, dropping 1 game to Sharif Abdelwahab in a 7-6 loss. He's won 94% of his games. I mean, the consistency shown at this level is just brilliant from Robbie, a truly world-class player.
And in fact, in the block stage, I believe there were only 2 games that went beyond hoop 11.
Yes, obviously his game against Sharif, and also a shout out to Tom Ingram from Hong Kong, who in his first game took Robbie to 7-6. Unfortunately, couldn't get the win in that one though. So Khaled now pulled it back to 3-2, but with his hoop running off to the north boundary, and his position there slightly short, leaving Blake open on the hoop.
Blake's taken a very lovely close position there.
Lovely tight position, giving Blake potential hoop run with yellow, but also the opportunity to take the clearance on blue, flicking off towards hoop 7, leaving him onside, importantly, for the next hoop.
Yes, and with yellow so close to blue, it's going to be very difficult for Khalid to pick out yellow without disturbing blue as well.
A player of Khaled's quality is anything is really possible with him. You wouldn't be surprised if he was to clear yellow, leaving blue exactly where it was. Yeah, just a reminder, these games are best of 5 semi-finals, meaning that you need 3 wins to secure yourself a place in tomorrow's final. And he's missed it quite solidly on the left-hand side. Would you have done the same thing there, Tom?
I think you have to try and clear yellow there, absolutely. The way back into that hoop is to clear yellow far enough that it cannot return clearance on blue, and then either take the shot or the jump, depending on how blocked that is. It's difficult to tell from our angle whether that's a total block from red.
But given Khaled's brilliant hitting ability, Blake opts to go for the snuggle there, potentially hampering any shot that blue might have. So he's going to be playing into this at an angle to try and get some connection with red to disrupt its hoop shot. Can't get it though, so instead opts to take the flick off to 7, leaving him onside.
But he's on the wrong side of the hoop, so it's going to be very easy for a wide position. The third game between Ewan and Rob has now started. And Ewan cleared yellow in front of the hoop, attempting to gain position on hoop 1, but has slightly overrun it. And Robert ran a 6-yard hoop and has finished, 3 yards in front of hoop 2? A wonderful shot from Robert.
Back to the game being shown. Blake opts not to take the hoop, meaning Khaled will have to bring blue back on side before they can move on to the next hoop. Khaled opts just to bring one back in, forcing Blake to take the hoop, potentially on his next turn. So Blake now just going to put one back in front of hoop 6, gaining total control over the hoop. He's got 2 balls in front of the hoop, potentially to take the point.
Yeah, so even now, if Khalid hits the unjawsing shot to get red out of the back of the hoop, Blake will still have a second ball there, will be able to... Oh, and Khalid has just come in very gently.
And Khalid, there, it's a poor shot. He's blocked his shot with black at yellow, meaning if Blake isn't to take this hoop on, Khalid may be forced into a jump shot. Blake just brings himself nicely into the hoop, leaving Khaled a 3-yard jump to pull the game back level. Now this is a very tough shot, Tom. Would you be taking this on at 3-2 down, or would you be setting yourself up for the next hoop?
Well, yeah, here I think I would be taking the jump on, because there's no option to clear yellow, and if missed, then what's going to happen is yellow is going to clear blue down or snuggle up to it and prevent it from having any shot. And this really shows the precision and the of these shots, and why this game has been likened to chess on grass. You have each person taking a turn to try and nullify the actions of the other player, not just those they've already taken, but those they're likely to take in the future.
And there you can see the risks of that shot. Black peeling red through the hoop, not only giving Blake the point to go 4-2 up, but also giving him the important first approach across to hoop 7.
Yes, so a jump on an odd hoop, the hoops 1, 3, 5, 7, etc., is a very different prospect from a jump on an even hoop, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah. So obviously the jump on the odd hoops, while you may be peeling your opponent through, you'll have the shot down, and you should still be able to see the hoop. But that's a great shot there by Khaled, nullifying Blake's brilliant position in front of hoop 7. Now back on the game, I know lots of you in the chat seem to be supporting Ewan. They're still currently on hoop 2 with Nobles in front of the hoop. Oh, no, Fletcher has just run hoop 2. I'm sorry. So Ewan 2-0 down in that game, but with first approach across to 3.
He's taking his time though, regaining some composure. And about to line up the shot with black to take position in front of hoop 3.
Blake, another strong ball in front of hoop 7, and Khaled opts this time just to bring it back in. And Ewan overshooting that one again, just highlighting how fast these lawns are. I don't know about you, Tom, but I've been really struggling with some of the pace on these lawns.
Yeah, they've been very fast, very tricky to get precisely. Even in some of the matches that we've had today, I remember, with some of the strongest players in the field, I've heard some players bemoaning, saying, "Oh, it's a meter away. It's got it's been a sort of recurring theme that actually taking very precise position in front of the hoop has been very tricky." And of course, we've got the 16 lawns up here at the Chesapeake Bay Croquet Club. Hosted by the US Croquet Association and the WCF in Hartfield, Virginia. it's the largest facility in the world. There's these 16 slightly younger lawns up on which the 2 semi-finals are taking place, and 8 lawns further down the club which have been more bedded in. And those ones down there are particularly fast. So we're on the lawns which have been generally a little bit slower but have had more challenging hoops.
Yeah. And it looks like here that there's a bit of ground damage where on the line that Kat wants to take his shot. So, series of referees now trying to rectify that. Yeah. So, while typically some players would opt to just bring the ball in past that, at this level, players can opt for the lawn to be fixed. Now, while that's being resolved, we're going to flick back to Rob versus Ewan, with Rob 2-0 up.
With Ewan's ball on the wire, this could be a good in-off opportunity. Is that what you would take, Sam?
I think here to take a 3-0 lead, you have to. And it's a really good effort, but the ball again bouncing up and hitting the crown of the hoop, leaving Ewan with a chance to pull one back to 2-1. Ewan lines it up and runs it very nicely, but past hoop 4 and down towards the south boundary. Now, Robbie, just seeing here whether his approach with red is impeded by yellow, which means he may be forced to position slightly wider.
The foreshortening in the camera angle is a little bit tricky, though they are about 2 or 3 yards separated from one another. There's an option to promote yellow to the next hoop. Do you think that's a good idea with your first ball down?
Well, typically, no, it's not the strongest of shots. Robbie, being such a strong AC player, has more than got it in his locker. But again, I agree with his decision here with first ball, just getting it down the lawn, not risking a poor promotion shot. And Ewan again overshooting with his.
And that could prove to be very costly because that may be in line with blue preventing his clearance on red.
But Robbie put again another ball right in front of the hoop, having real now control over hoop 4, leaving Ewan either a long clearance or a tough position.
Yes, Ewan opting there for a block, which
he plays perfectly there, very nice. I think. Robbie now will have the decision as to whether he'll take the clearance onto blue or black. Obviously, blue being the hoop running ball, but clearing blue will give black the opportunity to clear yellow, which is in a very nice position currently to give himself a 3-1 advantage. So Robbie here lining up the clearance on black, and he'll probably be looking here to get black into a position that's wired from yellow. Hits it on the wrong side though for that, pushing Ewan towards corner 4, but leaving Robbie over the offside marker.
In fact, he's at the halfway line on the south boundary, so dead in line with hoop 5.
Now Robbie plays with a titanium Invictus mallet, which...
A mallet, of course, which is of the Fletcher's own invention. They have the Invictus company, which is producing the mallets, and also the bowls, which have recently been approved.
Whereas Ewan uses a trimmer mallet, which is quite typical among most of the English players. Now Robbie looking like he's lining up a hoop shot to take a 3-1 lead. And beautifully run off the boundary, and that is 3-1 now to Rob Fletcher in game 3.
With his red ball directly in front of the next hoop, although 10.5 yards away.
Now that could be a really important 2-hoop buffer now in what could be the final game of this semi-final. Robbie, of course, having a 2-0 lead already in this match.
Robert Fletcher's Worlds pedigree is extremely strong, having won, of course, the AC Worlds in the past. However, the GC Worlds is one that has so far eluded him.
Yes, but you feel now that this is a real opportunity for Rob to add the top prize that an individual can win in GC. And this 2-hoop advantage now gives Robbie the opportunity just to trade hoops with you and trade hoops and secure his lead. Ewan approaching from the north boundary, comes round slightly deeper this time.
And again, he's not got
and
hoop running
slightly
position,
wider.
so that will be a disappointing for Ewan there.
So Ewan now's got the difficulty that he's really got to make 2 hoops in a row. So he's got to run some hoops with control, leaving himself in nice position at the next hoop. He can't just keep bashing them through and leaving himself on the far boundaries. Robbie elects this time just to put a ball in,
And that's an extraordinary
and that
shot,
is
almost
might
perfect.
have.
However,
have
there
the
is a
block.
chance for a double there.
But Ewan, a player of his caliber, will be looking to get the combination clearance, and he
That's
plays it beautifully.
It's exactly the kind of advantage you want to take to get that, as you were saying, Sam, to try and get 2 hoops in a row.
Yeah. Not only does he get both of Robbie's balls there, but he gets them with a strong distance on both of them, leaving Robbie now without any control over this hoop. Ewan's black ball, not brilliant though. Possible to jaws, but on these hoops will be extremely difficult to run. And Robbie, knowing the difficulty of these hoops, just elects to bring it back in.
Yeah, so when we talk about approaching the hoops, there are a couple of critical angles when it comes to whether you're able to run them or not. That is beyond that 45-degree angle, which will allow you to very sort of easily draws it in. How is it that you approach running an angled hoop?
Well, personally, I think that you can't be going at them. Well, the Egyptians may prove me wrong here. With incredible power, I find it important to get the ball rolling and get a lot of topspin on it, so that the ball just rolls through the hoop, not necessarily running it very far though.
Yes, and the level of precision here is, of course, needed here is of course very high. The hoops have been set to 1/16 of an inch. Initially they were set at 1/32, but because the conditions here are considered so difficult, they were widened for later in the competition.
Yeah, they were widened from a 32nd to a 16th for the block stage, but for the knockout they brought back to a 32nd. And that's a really strong clearance there by Ewan, sending Robbie up towards hoop 3, but also sending the ball that he used to clear it up towards the next hoop. So Robbie with a very important clearance here. Yeah, while Ewan may not be able to run this hoop with black, he's in very strong position to jaws it, and with yellow and red not being in hoop running position or current jumping position, Ewan now looking in good position to take this hoop.
Yes, yellow is currently sitting a few yards west of the hoop, where it's just going to be shortly coming into camera angle, and you can see there it's in a position where it's on the south side of the hoop, just so it will be unable to easily clear it backwards out.
But that's a brilliant shot by Robbie, forcing Ewan to take the jump on, and
that's a very difficult
brilliant demonstration of how you could, one of the ways that you can take on an angled hoop.
Yes, that jump gives it that top spin, which can help to take it through once it lands.
Ewan really forced into that shot there. Robbie putting himself in great jumping position, also wired from blue as well, meaning that blue wouldn't be able to clear it, leaving Robbie with a jump if Ewan were to have jawsed. Now Ewan's got 2 balls roughly halfway to the next hoop, so Robbie will need to take tight position here to try and maintain his 2-hoop advantage.
And that has rolled off to the right. You can see there the slight turn on the lawns that occasionally does take those balls away from precise positions.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a great opportunity for Ewan to level the game up and to make this match extremely competitive once more.
Yeah. Ewan, really, this tournament has been a brilliant performance from him. He has been by far the standout English player, exceeding all expectations of how he'd do in this tournament. I know he sets very high standards for himself, but even by his standards, this is an outstanding performance. So Ewan now lining up his clearance. And again, slightly bouncing as he takes that. Just lots of the powerful hitters have found in this competition that if you're not hitting flat, the ball will pick up. And that's affected Ewan quite a bit so far. He's had quite a few in his previous matches of his clearance just bounce over.
But that said, he's been playing extremely good subtle croquet as well as that power game. It's what got him through against Pepe Riva in 3 straight games yesterday. He, as you say, his performance has been fantastic. I mean, this year he's had a series of good results. He was the great shot there from Robert to get blue out of the way and leave red in hoop running position.
And that shot there just really demonstrating Robbie's AC skills. He's got his ball that he's struck off towards hoop 7, cleared Ewan's blue ball, which was blocked by red, and has also left red in perfect hoop running position, forcing Ewan to take on a mid-range clearance now. But he hits it nicely, just off centre, so retains position on his ball.
Yes, and so now this is a position where all 4 balls are relatively distant. You'd consider this perhaps 50% for each player. Neither player is particularly in control, although blue is closest.
Yeah. So Robbie now just going to reposition his ball back in front of the hoop, and that's a really nice position there, dead in front of the hoop, and will at some point be forcing Ewan to take a clearance on for that ball.
For those of you interested in Blake Field's game on the other loan, it's currently now 5-3 to Blake. Khalid just running hoop 8 there. So Blake is a game and 5-3 up. He's beginning to take control in that semi-final, and he has been well, I was about to say a revelation, but we've seen this coming from Blake for several years, haven't we, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, this is Blake's. He's 18 years old, and this is his 2nd World Championship appearance. He played in the 2019 under-21s at the age of 13. So he is by far, he's no means the new kid on the block. He is now a proven name at the top level of golf croquet. And I think this tournament really shows that he is a force to be reckoned with.
Force is certainly the word.
Yeah, Ewan's clearance there, not quite in the middle, and just flicks red slightly away. However, yellow being in such strong position might make Robbie consider whether just to position here or to take the clearance on black. Would you be taking what shot would you be taking here, Tom?
Ooh, that is I think you have to take the. I would be taking the clearance, I think. As we can see, sort of from the side, how close those 2 balls are together, and it's. Excuse me, sorry, I was about to get a message, but never mind. So Robert is taking position, and frankly, always take his advice over mine. He's the one who's in the semi-final.
Yeah, but with Ewan's hoop shot being blocked, I mean, it's not a bad option. And with blue off on the west boundary, Robbie has really taken back control over this hoop. With 2 balls in front, and Ewan now not having a shot at the hoop.
And he's too close to realistically jump.
Yeah.
So he goes for the clearance, attempts to possibly get a fat in off there.
No, I think there he was trying to get the stop shot and potentially block Red's shot at the hoop. But the clearance not far enough, and Robbie plays a very nice shot, getting yellow slightly over towards hoop 7, and getting some solid distance away on black.
I can see there's a lot of discussion in the chat about the rules of the game and what might happen and what might be a better way. But there are about 300 people watching, so I want to say hello to all of you watching. And a reminder that the rules here are that this is a best of 5 match, first to 7 points in each game.
Now Robbie, Ewan missing his clearance, so Robbie lining up the shot to go 4-2 up and maintain his 2-point advantage in what could be the deciding game, and that's a really nice hoop. Lovely, smooth running off towards the north boundary. So Ewan now this position very important, and it's deep but right in front of the hoop.
Away.
Yeah, and that's a really strong position for Ewan to be in. He's got the opportunity to clear Robbie down the lawn if he elects to play a tight position, but he's also got the opportunity and very much the skill to make that 5-yard hoop.
We have to thank our camera operators. We have Brian Hovis and John. Oh no, I've forgotten John's surname. John Grady. Thank you very much. Who have been doing sterling work from the playoffs onwards. They have also been filming some of the block stage matches, which I understand will be uploaded at a later date, so you'll be able to see some of those matches in an edited format at a later time.
And Robbie elects not to leave black where it is, taking the clearance, getting both off the lawn. I'd like to take this opportunity as Ewan puts the ball in. Please like, subscribe, and share with all your friends and family. Let's see if we can spread the word and the beauty of golf croquet. Now, blue into a solid position there, nicely in front of the hoop, slightly angled, but more than possible for Ewan and his capabilities to make it.
So run it again, or Ewan. There's just been a few of those approaches in the last few hoops where Ewan has slightly overrun his position, allowing Robert into the match. Sorry, that was Rob. That was Robert overrunning it. My apologies.
And Ewan now looking like he's lining up a shot at the hoop and bounced out. Just proving how difficult these hoops are. I mean, you have to be hitting dead in the middle to stand a chance at running these, and even then that's no guarantee. I've found myself bouncing out of quite a few that I thought would be dead centre and nicely through.
Yes, and apologies there for mixing up who was playing with each ball. It's I'm not really sure what the penalty for a commentator getting wrong there.
I think that's the right shot to play there. I think with red in such solid hoop running position, forcing Ewan to take the long clearance really gives Robbie a lot of control to potentially extend his lead to 5-2.
Yes, absolutely. I agree that it was absolutely the right shot. We up here in the media centre, we have a great view over the match lawn, and also have the camera footage here. And so, now do we think that at this point, if Robert were to make this hoop and make it 5-2, How does Ewan get out of that being 5-2 down and 2 games down?
Well, I think Ewan is a player that really, under pressure, he can produce some brilliant shots. So I wouldn't count him out by any means if he goes 5-2 down. But the pressure is on him, and Rob will feel really in control of this semi-final if he was to make this hoop.
Yeah, this of course is a very interactive version of the game, and it's possible to come back very strongly. I've certainly had games where I've come back from 6-0 down and to win. Oh, great hoop there from
That's
Robert.
a
What an
brilliant
angle
hoop.
to manage that at. But yes, and vice versa. So here we are. Ewan is 5-2 down in the third game, and will have to pull off some wonderful shots to make it. But we've seen it happen at these championships already.
We have seen it happen. I mean, there's been games where players have been 6-2 down. Khaled yesterday was 6-4 down in his Game 5, his quarterfinal against Tom Boulding, but brought it back with some brilliant play to win the match 7-6.
Yes, if those of you have not already seen that video, it's already up on Russ Tilley's YouTube channel, so do make sure to go and watch that back, especially at the end, and like and subscribe at that channel. It's the shots for Khalid to jump at 11, clear, and then run directly in front of hoop 13 were absolutely incredible. But earlier in that match, Tom Boulding himself came back from 4-0 down to win Game 2. There were some absolutely extraordinary comebacks. So Ewan is not out of it yet.
But that is a really strong position by Robbie with yellow, blocking Black's hoop shots, so forcing Ewan into either a tough clearance to get yellow out from hoop running position, or potentially a very difficult jump to try and pull the hoop back. Yeah, but obviously AC versus GC. GC being a much more interactive game gives Ewan the constant chance. He's got every other shot to try and pull himself back into the game. Whereas AC obviously, once your opponent is in, and definitely at the World Championship level, you may not have another shot for the rest of the game.
Yes, I mean, you certainly don't want to be playing a GC game where you're relying on your opponent making a mistake. In the other match, in the other semi-final, Blake has now taken a 6-3 lead in the second game, and that would be to go 2 games up himself.
Yeah, Blake having a brilliant tournament. I had the fortune or misfortune, you might argue, to play him in the block stage, and a brilliant game where he didn't seem to miss anything. Really difficult opponent to play.
Yeah, frustrating when that happens.
Yeah.
And there's of course a possibility, if Blake wins, that it could be the third American winning the Golf Croquet World Championship in a row. We're sitting here alongside Ben Rothman, who won in 2019, and Matthew Essick, of course, was knocked out yesterday, I think, who's the 2022 champion. And so I'm sure that the fans here would be delighted to see that happen on home soil.
Yeah, Ewan's clearance there, while it's gotten yellow out from hoop running position, he really wanted to stay close in hoop running position, potentially ending up in the jaws of the hoop itself to force Robbie into a jump shot. But he ends up 2 or 3 yards past the hoop and out of hoop running position, and Robbie with a great return clearance on Ewan's ball there. Ewan now with a 12 or 13 yarder, really now to stay in the game. Going 6-2 down against a player of Robbie's caliber it really could be a death sentence for Ewan.
And you can see he knows that he's considering his options, lining up very carefully.
It's a really important shot for Ewan.
Looks like he's pulled it just
And
to
it's
the left.
pulled
yes, to the
left.
side, or to his right. Leaving Robert a hoop shot to take it a 6-2 lead, and with that a huge advantage in the semi-final.
Yeah, Ewan's ball remains just onside on the south boundary, but Robbie has stayed composed throughout this entire game. And in fairness, Ewan has has done brilliantly as well.
Yes, we saw one mallet drop earlier in the second game after a missed clearance, but aside from that, his attitude has been exemplary really throughout.
Yeah.
Oh, and a rare miss there.
A rare miss by Robbie, just highlighting that even the top players in this competition make mistakes.
Yes, he is human after all.
Ewan gets a slight reprieve there. Robbie's other ball really out of position, so Ewan needs to make advantage of that miss. And his position there again just slightly long, leaving himself a really angled hoop shot if he was to take it with black.
Now, from my position, I can't see blue, Sam. Where is it?
So blue is off the south boundary, just short of the halfway point over to hoop 9. And Ewan electing not to take a clearance and just bringing it back in. And that's a much better position by him, this time in front of the hoop. But Robbie still having a shot with red to take on a clearance. I think the position he's put blue in opens up a really big target for Robbie to try and get a wired spot protecting yellow. So Robert
lining up what looks like an angled hoop shot. It's from, what's that, about 4 yards away?
4 yards. Yeah, his two options here really is to take the hoop shot or to take the clearance. And I personally, I'd be taking the clearance on here.
Oh, but
Robbie has the skill to take that hoop, and what a shot it is. That's 6-2 up now in game 3, and already having a 2-0 game lead. Robbie now 1 point. 1 point will get him a place in this match in the World Championship final.
Now, if you're Ewan now, you have to make sure you don't have a defeatist attitude, though. Of course, it's not over until that final third game has been won.
Exactly. I mean, Ewan now he can't put a foot wrong in this game. He's got to find a way to pull it back. And that position's slightly long, but not the worst of places to be. Robbie plays the typical shot and elects to go deep. Ewan now really needing a strong position, and again, really this time overshooting it. He'll be disappointed with that shot. But Robbie's hoop running just highlights why he's 27-1 in this tournament so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, to win those matches, you have to score the hoops, and and while going at the hoops with a reasonable amount of power, can reap great rewards if you get your ball up to the next one. They have been not very easy to bully, these hoops. You have to go at them so smoothly and so accurately. Yeah. And the one thing that Robert certainly is accurate.
Yeah, and that's a nice position in there.
Electing not to clear black, so clearly deciding that the angle on the black is enough that it makes it a tricky hoop, or at least a tricky enough one that he's not going to gain a huge advantage if he does make it through.
And I think the position that Ewan's in, being 6-2 down, Robbie knows that just by hanging around and putting pressure on him to make the shots, Ewan will eventually make the mistake like he has done there, attempting a jump shot to run that hoop.
And hitting the near wire and bouncing off.
And he demonstrated he's got those shots in his locker, running hoop 5 in this game with a nice jump shot. But that one much more difficult, and Robbie now with a 5-yard hoop shot to win the game 7-2 and book his place in the World Championship final. Again, he'll be taking the time he needs, lines it up and bounces out, hitting the left wire, or the stanchion for my American viewers.
Would you have cleared blue there instead of shooting for the hoop?
At 6-2 up, no. Even with Ewan's black ball being so far out of position, the way that Robbie's been playing, I was surprised that he missed that hoop. Mm-hmm. But still, in spite of missing that hoop, just still in great control because of the way that black bounced after it failed the hoop.
Yeah. And Ewan's clearance there was very nice, hitting a half ball so that he rolled to the boundary, still in a hoop running position.
So Robbie now just putting another one back in, putting the pressure on Ewan to make a clearance.
And that's blocked the hoop. Ewan applauding there.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot there by Robbie. Now in the other semi-final, Blake has been pegged back to 6-4 now by Khaled. Blake still, though, having scored that important 6th hoop, would feel like he's in control of the game. But Khaled's proven that a 6-4, trailing 6-4 is no guarantee that he's out of the game. But that's a good shot by Ewan there, getting rid of the block and opening up his hoop shot.
Oh, and blue isn't on the boundary. My apologies. It's obviously further in. And actually not making the boundary may be critical here because it allows Robert to clear it.
And clears quite nicely. His ball itself has just gone off roughly at the offside marker, but Ewan left no longer with his hoop shot. That was right in front. He's now at the offside marker. Robbie moving his ball back, being an outside agency, giving Ewan the ability to take his stance without any impediments. And he's going to take on this angled hoop now to really stay in the competition.
Oh, that was extremely
And
close.
it's a good effort.
And
It
has
stays
remained
close, which is important. So he's going to force Robbie into a clearance. But you'd say now that if Robbie can get a nice stop shot on this, the control is back with him, Tom?
Absolutely. Robert has been in control of this hoop for a while, and especially being able to there roll up, and has not quite reached the boundary himself, but he's a lot closer to it. So he's holding a defensive position.
We're quickly going to cut to the other game with Blake.
Jaws in hoop 11, and he's solidly in control there, total control of that hoop. He's got red in front of it, which will allow him to promote yellow through for the win if Khalid is unable to clear red. Oh, hang on,
And we're going back
again.
Going lots of back and forth. Both games now in a really interesting position. Robbie playing in beautifully to probably 2 foot and right in front of the hoop. That's a great shot with red in a brilliant position to clear black.
Yes, black is something of a sitting duck there, and Ewan will be unable to clear red to any distance at all. Even if he hit it squarely in the middle, he would. It would only go over to the east boundary, which does not increase the distance at all. So Ewan has to try and clear the ball in front of the hoop.
But we're going to switch to Blake taking a jump shot, and Ewan flicks it, but not enough to take it out. He makes the hoop even easier for Robbie, and that could potentially be game over. And
instead of going for a jump on the hoop, Blake has gone to block Khalid's attempt to undraws it from behind.
Yeah, Blake pushing yellow even further into the hoop and potentially getting a block.
No.
And back to Robbie again. This clearance now could secure Robbie a place in the World Championship final.
And
he
that's a
hits
perfect
it
clearance.
Nicely.
Heading all the way over to the north.
It's not perfect. It will give Ewan a shot. But Blake takes the second 7-4. Khaled misses his clearance. So Blake will go 2-0 up.
And so as they hit their balls back to the corner, we'll return to this critical point in Fletcher versus Burridge. Ewan has a very long clearance now. He does have a shot. There is a line there, but it's going to require a great deal of accuracy.
And if he misses this clearance, it really is. It's game over.
This is, of course, best of 5. Ewan's already 2 games down, which means that if Robert just needs a single point more to make
Ewan
it. Oh, it
just misses.
looked almost as if there was a little bobble of the black ball as it passed yellow. Perhaps that will have been critical.
Ewan, hat off already. It seems like he may have conceded that this game is over. Robbie secures his place in the World Championship final with a great shot.
The crowd applauds, and congratulations there. That's 28 wins and 1 defeat so far this tournament. It's dropped a single hoop. That's 96.5% victory rate for Robert at this championship. So we have our first finalist. He's won 13 matches out of 0. I believe he's not lost a single match since last November. It's an extraordinary display of dominance there from Robert Fletcher over the last 12 months, and he is the first Australian, I think, to make it into the Golf Croquet World Championship final. Who he will be joined by, we will find out as a result of the the match between K Kamel and Blake Fields. Blake is currently leading 2-0, having won 7-4 and 7-4.
Well, as they are currently resetting the hoops in Blake and Khaled before their third game, we are going to take a break here, and we'll rejoin you soon.
Thank you very much. So goodbye, Sam, and good luck in any further games you're going to play.
Yeah, and you too, Tom.
That's all right.
Welcome back to Chesapeake Bay. We've got the third game of the semi-final between Blake Fields and K Kamel. I'm Chris Clark, joined by Mohammed Waleed. Welcome, Mohammed.
Welcome, Chris. How are you?
And I know all of the Egyptians have got all their eggs in one basket now. They're all supporting Khaled.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. All eyes are for him.
We should probably just bring the viewers up to date with where we are. So this is game 3, and Blake is 2-0 up. So Mohammed's going to have to win the next 3 to get to the final, where he would play Robert Fletcher from Australia, who's just won in straight games against E Burridge in the other semi-final. So what do you think K Kamel will be thinking now, 2-0 down?
All he's thinking about is how to get back in the game.
And what do you think, having watched the first 2 games, has been the difference between the 2 players?
To make much easier shots, to take better decisions, because he is making his game so hard on himself, and still thinking about the hardest shots to take, not the easier one. So if he played some easy shots and easy decisions, that will make his game much, much easier and better.
Okay, I mean, I've been watching a lot of the other semi-final this morning, and the thing I thought was most important, and Robbie did everything right, but the most important thing was positionally, he was really good. That's a great hoop 1 from Mohammed. Yeah. But, as he said, he'll want to make easier shots for himself than that, and just getting really good position.
His positions are not that good like yesterday, actually.
Yeah. So Blake plays up to hoop 2. For people who are just viewing this for the first time, red and yellow play against black and blue, and it's the first player to 7 hoops that wins a game. So Blake won 7-4, 7-4 in the first 2 games, so that's fairly comfortable. When you start getting 7-5, 7-6s, it can go any way, but 7-4 at this level is a reasonably comfortable victory. Reasonable shot from Mohammed there, inside the red, and allowing blue to clear red next shot. And that's not a good shot from Blake.
Yeah.
So
I think Khalid will try to do a clearance now.
Yeah, and both these players have got a lot of power.
Yeah, yeah, it's a power game actually. The whole hitting the balls are very strong hits, and they're trying to do to make big clearance and big hoops all the time.
I've thought about both these players always playing in. This is a
Yeah.
surprise. And presumably he's doing that because yellow wasn't in position and
Yeah,
he
he's
thinks he
trying
can block the red.
and he's trying to put some pressure on Blake.
I mean, I'm really surprised by that because
Yeah.
Blake's been making these hoops look very easy.
Easy, yeah.
And they're not, are they?
They're not, but for him, it seems like it easy.
A very unusual technique with the backswing going past horizontal.
Yeah.
But he's shooting really well and running his hoops well. And I didn't want to leave that red in front of the hoop.
Yeah, he should have made the clearance actually. دلوقتي خالد كان خسر أول شوطين 7-4 7-4 وماشي هو 1-1 الجيم التالت وبيحاول يرجع في الماتش. الجيم الأولاني والتاني ما كانش بيلعب عليه سهل قوي، كان الدنيا ماشية معاه صعب شوية، فهو يحاول الجيم ده ان هو يسهل على نفسه، بليساته تبقى أحسن عشان خاطر ان هو يخش في الجيم ويمشي فيه إن شاء الله لحد الآخر.
So the black from our position looks in okay position, but Blake hasn't decided to shoot at it with his first ball. He's gone deep and now he's shooting with red.
And he missed. And blue was in good position. I don't think.
I think
blue
black's in good position.
black, yeah. And blue is not. خالد حط بليس حلو بالسوداء والزرقاء جت قصيرة. بليك حط كورة عالية ولعب بولاش جلاها. فهو دلوقتي خالد بيحاول ان هو يركز يعمل 2-1. الارسوهات طبعا مش سهلة حتى في المسافات القريبة، لكن خالد ما شاء الله عليه طول البطولة ماشي بمستوى ثابت وكويس، فيقدر ان هو يستعيد ضرباته اللي كان ماشي بيها امبارح ويقدر ان هو يرجع في الجيم ده والماتش ده ان شاء الله يعني.
Not a bad result, that.
Yeah.
So Blake will take the jump shot on, and he's quite a good jumper,
Yeah.
but this is quite a long range jump shot.
But he does it very good.
The courts have been very conducive to jumping, that some balls have gone over the hoop.
Yeah.
And he's got it.
He got it.
That's a really good shot.
نقطة حلوة أوي فعلا.
I was commentating yesterday with Abir Mustafa,
طبعا.
and
Yeah.
Abir was saying Khalid has been one of the top 10 Egyptian players for 8 or 9 years now.
Yeah.
Has he won any major event in Egypt? Can we look at the Egyptian Open as sort of the international,
Yeah.
but you have internal ranking competitions as
Yes,
well?
yes. Khalid have won has won many tournaments actually throughout the years, where it's mainly doubles, not singles. You
Okay.
don't play many singles, but mainly doubles. He won with Ahmed Nasr and Mohammed Nasr. He played with them a lot, so he won actually few titles. Yeah, he's a very good player now, much better than he ever was.
So something's happening here, and we're not
Yeah, we
quite
don't
sure.
know
The
what.
referees have been brought on. It's going to be either they're not sure where it went off the south boundary, or Khalid might be saying
It
Didn't go through
in.
the hoop.
Yeah,
so. There's some conference here between a few referees. Obviously, we do have video available.
Yeah.
You know, we could. This is quite a significant decision, isn't it? If it
Yeah.
hasn't gone through, it has gone through. But
It
anyway,
has.
they're carrying on, and it looked good to me.
yeah.
So, blue tries to get in front of hoop 4, but not only that, it needs to be blocked from yellow clearing it. And again, I think that's too short.
Too short, yeah. كان بيحاول خالد يحط بليس بأزرق بس قصرت منه شوية، فدلوقتي بليك حط بليس حلو أحسن منه قدامه، فالمفروض يحاول إن هو يروح بسود أقرب حاجة ممكنة. خالد جه بليس كويس، بس طبعا بليك هيحط بليس قدامه. كان المفروض خالد هيحاول ان هو يدور ان هو يلعب ستوب. خالد لعب كرة فعلا ستوب حلو قوي وقرب بيه على ارسو.
So again, we'll see Blake's power coming through here. Lots of people would play in. I think most Egyptians would play in here, wouldn't they? They're just, black and blue are not close to the hoop.
Yeah.
They'd put a better ball in, try and develop a position. Whereas Blake is more aggressive. He's taken a clearance on, and Khalid, he will just stop the yellow ball away.
Take a stop shot. Nice shot.
So black remains in position. And because Blake shoots so hard, when he hits, the balls scatter 20 yards away.
Yeah.
So he's almost forced into taking this shot, and now he's taking position. So I think all of this from a tactical point of view favours Khalid.
Yeah.
But from a physical point of view, Blake's outplaying him at the moment.
That's why I'm saying he needs to be more calm and have more confidence in his game, because he actually plays much better than what he's doing today. خالد أثر بليس أزرق، ودلوقتي بليك بيلعب بولاج على السوداء.
Lovely shot.
Nice
That's a super shot.
شال بولاج حلو أوي، مع إن الكرة الصفرا كانت قريبة بس شالها حلو أوي.
One of the things about playing this week is the weather's been really good.
Yeah.
Beautiful blue skies. It's about 70 degrees. Not too hot, not too cold, and I think it should suit the Egyptian players because you've had to play in rain and wind and cold in the past, and this is far more comfortable for you.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, good clearance. He's been unlucky. Just clipped the blue further away as well. So advantage to Blake.
دلوقتي بليك هيرجع تاني بليس لوحده على ارسو. دلوقتي بليك هو اللي مسيطر.
A good positional shot.
حط بليس حلو قوي فعلا.
This will be a straightforward power clearance. Trying to get both the balls off the boundary.
Yeah. خالد دلوقتي بيلعب بولاج على اصفر، هيحاول يفنسها ويمسك 7 ياردة ويرجع يشيل تاني. هنشوف هيقدر هيعملها ان شاء الله ولا لا.
And ideally he wants to hit just on the left hand side, so he goes level with the hoop. That's perfect.
Perfect shot.
And they're just confidence builders, aren't they? Hitting it
like this,
great, hitting it exactly where you want it, brilliant.
Yeah.
Again, Blake will play in. The danger here now is that blue has control over the red ball. Blue can clear red to a long boundary. So black can, if black plays in well, Khaled's actually in just a stronger position.
Yeah, he's in control. بليس خالد ده مهم جدا، هو إذا جه كويس هيخليه يقدر يلعب بولاج ويرجع تاني يقدر يعمل 2-2.
Not quite good enough.
لا بليس عالي طبعا.
And Blake doesn't feel threatened by that black, so he's decided, no, I can just put another ball in. Blue will now power clear red.
بليسات خالد مأثر عليه طول الماتش في الجيمين اللي فاتوا لحد دلوقتي، فهو محتاج بس يزود تركيزه في البليس عشان هو ده اللي هيخليه يلعب سهل ويقدر يخليه يرجع في الجيم، لأن الرصات البعيدة مش سهل يدخلها خالص.
Super shot.
بولاش حلو أوي.
I think Blake will now try and clear the black back again.
Yeah.
No, he's playing in.
Yeah.
Protecting a lead, saying, look, you're going to have to beat me.
Yeah.
That's short.
I
So,
think it's short.
good chance to take the hoop on.
I think he's taking a yellow.
You think yellow, I think?
Yeah, he is.
That must be blocking then. Okay, so
Yeah.
patience again there. Deliberately clears it on the left, so black goes to the short boundary side. I think someone mentioned that Khalid might have re-gripped his mallet
Yeah,
after
he
second
did.
game.
He
Is
did.
that a thing that you do regularly?
No, it depends on you. Just if you think you're not holding your mallet good enough, so is something is not quite correct, so you change it and you put it back.
Because I've had the same grip on my mallet for 20 years. So...
No, he could change it every hour actually.
Really, really,
could.
okay.
He could. It doesn't take that much. It's easy for him to do it. خالد حط بليس كويس وبليك بيحاول ياخد ستوب بس لا غير رأيه وقرر ان هو يحط بليس ويرجع يشيل تاني بالصفرة. فخالد دلوقتي هيشوف هيعمل ايه، يحط بليس ولا هيلعب بولاج، بس اعتقد ان هو هيفكر ان هو يحط بليس احسن.
And Blake feeling confident there to just play in, get good position. Yellow's got about an 8 or 9 yarder on blue. And black's quite a long way north. So Khalid has got two choices. He can either clear the red, or he can try and play in, either blocking yellow at blue, or blocking red's hoop shot. And again, the standard Egyptian plays to take the more positional side, so he hasn't managed to get either of those options.
Yeah.
And blue could be a long way away after this shot. Watch how high that backswing is.
Very high actually.
Super contact
Yeah.
again, middles it.
Yeah.
And equally importantly, yellow's a runner at hoop 5.
Yeah.
So if Khalid misses this, it might be 4-1
Yeah.
in just a few minutes. And he does need to hit this.
He has to if he wants to stay on the game.
Khalid played a fantastic last 3 shots in his match yesterday, didn't he? That
Yeah. He played very well.
clearance going to 13 and then a good hoop 12 and a good hoop 13. 3 fantastic shots in a row.
A nice comeback actually. Great comeback.
Bouncing. So red will run. I don't expect
Definitely.
Blake to fail a
No.
short straight hoop like this.
I think he'll go in.
I expect him to power it through to the boundary.
Yeah, he does that.
He prefers hitting it hard. That's 3-1. And one of the things you can see on the graphic we've got is the numbers next to Khalid and Blake. We've got 24 and 84, and that's their world rankings. So you can see quite a big upset for Blake to get this far in the tournament.
Yeah.
I think he wasn't expected to get out of his block on ranking, and he's now halfway towards.
Final.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's doing a great job in this tournament. He's playing very well.
And most players here with yellow in that position would just clear black straight away.
Maybe he'll think of a jump shot.
I'm thinking he's going to play in and let red clear it. He's so confident that on that shot. So He's tried to hide it from
Blue.
blue, but just finished short. And this tries to block red at black, and it's got the wrong side of black.
It's not the best position.
So again, we've seen a lot of these. Just occasionally, you need a bit of luck. And there's a chance that he might hit black through the hoop.
لسات خالد كلها مأثرة عليه ومأثرة على لعبه، وبليك بيلعب سهل من وراه، بيشيل كل حاجة سهلة، أو بيلعب لعبه الطبيعي يعني مش مضغوط عليه بأي حاجة. وخالد هو اللي بيلعب دلوقتي مضغوط، سواء هو متشال أو هو خسران. هو عليه بولاج أصفر وأزرق واقف، نتمنى إن هو يقدر يشيلها.
Good shot.
برافو يا خالد، بولاج في وقته.
And again, for people watching at home, I think you'll notice with the majority of the players you get to watch in this tournament, they'll have a set pre-shot routine. They'll approach the ball the same way, they'll cast over it, they'll stop, they'll do a certain number of swings, and it will all be the same time and time again. Just like golfers would have a pre-shot routine, so do croquet players. It's just to get you comfortable. This shot, he'll be trying to get in the jaws, or just a few inches in front.
خالد قرب عشان يفكر إنه يشيل أصفر وبعد كده يرحل يعوض النتيجة.
That needs to keep travelling. Just about. Yeah, that's a good shot.
حط بليس حلو بليك.
Now a power clearance, black on yellow. Lovely scenery behind. We've got all types of trees, some of them changing colour. It's really a very pretty venue. Yeah, good shot. Good shot. And he's got almost as much distance on that as he could have got. So really strong shot. And we'll see Blake power yellow, hopefully into blue. But this is now a much longer shot than he's had before. Yeah, he's got it again. So Carl done everything right at this hoop, and he's still underdog at the moment. When your opponent keeps power clearing and taking position, they can be tough to beat. I would play this shot at mid-pace. I wouldn't play this hard. And I haven't seen very many mid-pace shots from Khalid.
No, he doesn't do that. خالد طبعا وضع زي ده يبقى احسن حاجة ان انت تلعب كرة نص ضربة، بس دي مش طريقة لعبه، فهو دايما بيعتمد ان هو يضرب الكورة ويشيل ويرجع يشيل تاني. فطبعا في اوقات معينة انت بتحتاج الضربات الخفيفة والنص ضربة، لان دي اللي بتميز الناس برا عننا طبعا. فدي من الحاجات اللي احنا محتاجين نشتغل عليها كلنا كلاعيبة مصريين، ان هي تبقى نقطة قوة عندنا مش نقطة ضعف.
And that's the key. That is a really good shot.
Yeah, position.
I've watched a lot of Blake since he was probably about 14 years old, and I've been frustrated by his performances, which haven't been as good as they should have been for his physical ability. And it came down to two things: his positional play and his tactics. Now, his positional play has been much better this tournament. I'm still not sold on his tactics. He's just too aggressive for my liking. And he's shooting again here. Hit the black.
Oh, just a simple touch.
has moved it into almost a better position. So Khaled's got blue on the south boundary behind hoop 1 approximately. So it'll be about a 13-yarder. Just checking whether blue's in a hole. You'd normally just double check with your opponent before doing that.
الكور هنا بتبقى على الخط هنا مش مدهون زي عندنا. الخط هنا عبارة عن حبل، فالحبل ده زي ما انتم شايفين ليه ظل في الأرض، فهو الخط عالي عن الأرض، فساعات ان هو ممكن المضرب يضرب فيه ويضايقك وانت بتضرب ويضايق الكورة، فانت بتحاول تظبط الكورة بحيث انك تعرف تلعب بالضربة بتاعتك وانت مرتاح. فآخر دلوقتي بيلعب بولاج مهم على الخامس يقدر هو يرجعه في الجيم، فهنشوف هيعمل ايه.
No.
Galla. He missed it.
And he played quite a lot of good shots at hoop 5 there, and he's going to lose the hoop. It's not as if Carl is playing badly. Blake is actually just hitting everything and running his hoops. And he doesn't even try and run this to hoop 6, he just runs it off the boundary. Yeah. Again, something I don't like. And the problem Khaled's got is that he was so good position in front of 5 that he now can't get perfectly down to hoop 6. So that's deliberately short, lengthening Blake's potential clearance, and he'll be playing in with his other ball as well. Now that might be a chink of light for Khaled. That yellow is not a good shot. And if he can get blue in good hoop running position here, he might be able to clear yellow to wide position and get to hoop 7.
Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think if you can half ball or quarter ball yellow, yeah, it's good positional shot. 4-1 down, I think you have to clear yellow getting to hoop 7.
Yeah, I think blue doesn't have a hoop shot.
No, just clearing red.
That means blue doesn't have a hoop shot. برضه نفس المشكلة ان خالد ما كانش عنده طلعة على الخامس فاضطر يجي بالجنب، ولما بليك قصر هو حرق بليس ازرق بدل ما كان هيبقى بليس ويشيل اصفر، فطبعا دلوقتي بليك هياخد ستوب بليس، شكله كمان ممكن مبقاش شايف باسود.
He has to shoot to this, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Black's probably got a quarter of a ball. He just played in. I'm really quite surprised by that. Black hasn't got much of yellow, and if Blake manages to, he's actually clearing blue.
Maybe he's seeing the whole ball.
I thought he might play gently at yellow and just try and nudge it half a ball.
I think
but
so.
He's protecting his lead. He's just clearing balls that are in front of the hoop. Yeah. It's going to be 5-1.
خالد كان بيلعب وقع على الصفرة بس واضح انه ما كان شايفها كويس فخد طرف الحديدة وراح بالعرض.
And for people who haven't watched much golf croquet, they might be thinking, well, 5-1, that's a huge lead. But it gets overhauled a reasonable amount. My wife's just lost a game from 5-1 up and didn't score another point.
Actually, Khalid امبارح, yesterday he was 4-0,
Yeah.
and he lost the game 7-5, and his third game he was 6-3 and lost the game 7-6.
Right.
So it's not a big deal.
So he's done the first, but he's got blue nicely in front of hoop 7. It's not a long clearance for yellow, but red will play in, black will play in, and then yellow will clear the blue. It's a tough positional shot. Needs to make sure you get past the hoop. And he's done that very well. That's a really good shot from down there.
Yeah. He's taken a very good position the whole game, actually.
Again, that's pretty good from down in corner 4 in front of the hoop.
بس حلو من خالد.
It's just, he just needs a bit of luck to go his way, Khalid. Get back in this. Might be yellow bouncing over the top or cutting him into the hoop.
I think he'll make a clearance.
Yeah, we haven't seen many misses from Blake, have we? So really wants to hit the left-hand side as he looks at it, or our right-hand side here.
خالد محتاج ان هو يرد البولاج ده عشان خاطر يفضل في الجيم، والجيم يفضل لسه فيه نتيجة.
No.
لا بعيدة. خالد مش في حالته، واضح عليه الإرهاق من ماتش امبارح.
I mentioned yesterday, I think that Khalid's technique is most similar to Mohamed Naz.
Yeah.
And Mohamed Naz's miss is on the right.
Yeah.
So both players are left-handed. And when they miss, the left hand comes through too quickly and rolls over, and they miss on the right.
Yeah, most of the time.
No errors there. On the verge of a place in the World Championship final.
بليك ماشي بمستوى ثابت طول الماتش وبأداء رائع. أنا خالد كان طلب مني رجاء شخصي إن أنا أشكر كابتن أحمد ميهوب نادي الزمالك، وده أحد أسباب إن أنا جيت النهاردة. إن هو قال لي أمني الأمانة دي إن أنا أشكر أحمد ميهوب بالذات. راجل وقف معاه كتير وليه فضل عليه كبير، وكابتن سلامة الله يرحمه
Super shot.
ليهم فضل عليه كبير، فده كان طلب من خالد شخصيا يعني.
And none of the 4 players in the semi-finals have ever played in a golf croquet world final before.
Definitely, yeah.
So we're going to get a new champion.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that we're getting a new champion and we've had 4 different countries in the semi-finals is a very positive thing for the
Definitely
sport.
for the game, yeah.
He's got a miss out of Blake at last. And he can he cut the yellow behind the hoop and get to 9?
And I don't think so, because the blue one
Blue's
is
in the
next.
way.
Yeah, blue in the way. Yeah, it's so they are so close. So close. لو هو حاول يخبي أصفر من أزرق، مش هيشيل أزرق معاها، فهو هيحاول يشيلها من الناحية التانية عشان ما يشيلش كورته، وشالها كويس. That's all he can do.
Yeah. Again, taking the short boundary side with black. We haven't.
He'll take a soft shot, and he gets it.
Now, will Carl take the hoop on here on the basis that there isn't anything better to do?
I think he will get a position.
Wired
from red, yeah.
Okay.
Wired from red.
Okay. And red will play, so it's wired from black behind blue, I assume.
I think he sees blue.
Oh, right. Hasn't got the wire.
Nice shot from Blake.
And yellow has no need to clear the black
No,
when it takes position.
Yeah.
It just needs to make sure it doesn't get in red's way. And Khalid is in all sorts of trouble here.
Khalid seems exhausted from yesterday's game, actually. He's not in his best shape. واضح الإرهاق طبعا على خالد من امبارح الماتش اللي لعبه. فهو لعب امبارح ماتش قوي جدا وبطولي ضد لعيب قوي جدا. فواضح الإرهاق باين عليه ومأثر عليه وعلى أدائه وعلى تركيزه. برافو عليك يا خالد، انت عملت بطولة قوية جدا وعملت إنجاز ليك انت شخصي، وتقدر طبعا كنت تعمل أحسن من كده بس
in the middle again.
شال طبعا بولاج تحفة طبعا على الثامن.
It could be the last shot.
Yeah, for Khaled.
And just before, if it does end and Blake does get to the final, what do you think the score in the final is going to be tomorrow, Mohammed?
I think it's gonna be 3-1 to Robert.
Robert. So you think he's going to drop his second game of the tournament, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's it. Robert's playing very well actually throughout the tournament.
Narrowly missed. So
I think we have a
very strong performance of shooting. And I think we should say better positional play than average from Blake as well.
He played very well.
Well done.
To the final he is.
So last year we had an American winner. This year we've got an American finalist. Great performance by the Egyptian team again. I know you'll be disappointed not to have got further with some of your players, but you know, K Kamel, very good performance, and yeah, we look forward to tomorrow's final.
Yeah, it will be a good one. They are both playing very well. Their whole performance throughout the tournament was fantastic.
We're going to take a break, and then we're going to get the Shield and Bowl.
Okay. So Shield and Bowl finals coming up, and we'll take a break. Thanks, Mohammed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Welcome back. We're now bringing you live coverage of the bowl final between Edmund Fordyce and Stephen Morgan. I'm Sam Cuthbert, and alongside me is Takiri King from New Zealand.
Hello, Sam, and welcome all viewers from around the world. Just to correct, it's actually the Shield that Edmund and Stephen are playing for. And the current score, I believe, is 2-1, and I'm not too sure who it's to. I think it's Stephen Morgan.
So here we've got Edmund Fordyce, the current world number 20, and Stephen Morgan, the American, who is currently world 67. So on paper, you'd expect Edmund to win this match, but Stephen, so far this tournament, has been playing very well, consistently hitting his long-range roquets. And we should be in for a very good match. So Edmund now very much in control of hoop 4 and looking to make it to all, and has done very nice hoop run through to the south boundary.
Stephen was just looking for a nice position here on hoop 5. It's now 2-all.
So you being from New Zealand, Kerry, have you played much with Edmund?
I've actually not played many games with Edmund. I've ran into him in our secondary school's competition only in doubles, but I've never actually played Edmund in singles, which is quite interesting.
But he's a very powerful player. Watching him play, it's similar to Blake Fields in the way he hits the ball.
Yes, well, he's pretty much got a same routine where he just walks up, just couple of little swings and straight through.
Yeah, his style, very unique. Very unique indeed. So, Stephen now 3-2 down. Edmund running a very good hoop 6. And has got himself very close. We can't quite tell from our position here, but that ball could potentially be either runnable at hoop 6, but he's very much in control.
And Stephen is okay with that. It's a great position by Stephen there.
Now, if red isn't in the hoop, would you be taking the shot at it with blue, Takira?
It is. I would have a look to see if it could either jaws maybe, or I would be inclined to possibly, because I'm an aggressive croquet player, I would almost hope there may be a double.
Yeah. With Stephen's ability, a double is really a big target that you'd expect him to hit most times.
Yes.
Edmund just taking nice position there, really tight with the hoop.
Nicely done.
So Stephen's really important shot here. Try and bring the scores level back to 3-all. Lining up his shot now. Misses on the right. This is probably going to be 4-2 now to Edmund. Really taking control in the first game of this Shield final.
Yes.
Now this, unlike the final of the main championship, this is only best of 3. Still 13-point games, so only 2 wins needed to take home the Shield for these players. So how have you been finding the conditions, Takira?
I have been finding these conditions very, very tough compared to our lawns in New Zealand. They're definitely not very forgiving if you're not on. I have been bouncing out just a couple of times, but mainly on a whole, they've been going through quite nicely, and I can't wait to go back home and actually kind of put that to use back at home, which would be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, these hoops have really tested lots of players' accuracy. They've needed really good precision and also a lot of control. Players have found, I think, very quickly that bashing at the hoops hard has left them bouncing out quite a lot.
And he's gone for the roque on black.
And it's a really nice shot.
Really,
Holding
really
position.
Nice controlled roque.
Yeah. And sending Stephen now having a 25 yard shot at yellow, which is right in front of hoop 6 for Edmund. And that one bouncing up a little bit and missing on the right hand side, leaving Edmund a simple enough hoop to take a 4-2 lead in the first game.
And that is nicely done, 4-2 to Edmund Fordyce. Having a little chat to each other. Maybe friendly banter going on.
Yeah, it's really good to see at this level. Lots of the players obviously know each other very well and having a lot of fun on the lawns while still trying to do well.
Well, I believe both players are pros.
Yes. Yep.
Over in America, where Edmund is now living in the States. As a croquet pro, it's seasonal, but yeah, it's great to see him put his talents to use.
That's a really nice shot there.
Really good.
Getting both balls, importantly, off the lawn. So Stephen just positioning back in. Now, obviously, both these players play AC as well. Edmund being part of the New Zealand McRobertson Shield squad in 2022. So both players, whilst demonstrating they've obviously got power, they've got the control that AC players bring across to the other code.
Yes. Yeah, well, unfortunately, the McRob team, New Zealand didn't have such huge success in the last one. But hopefully that'll change in the next one to come. Ooh, and there was a hoop shot.
Takes on a long hoop shot. Now, is that what you'd have gone for, Kiri?
I'm not too sure if that was the correct decision. I would have thought maybe a clearance on black would have been better, but maybe he wasn't liking yellow's position maybe, and he saw it as his opportunity.
Yeah. Well, a bit of a let-off there for Edmund. Stephen takes on slightly angled hoop and bounces off to the right, out of hoop running position, importantly.
Just a nice controlled clearance off to the north boundary.
Yeah. Nice control with Edmund retaining position with yellow in front of the hoop. So really, Edmund starting to come alive in this Shield final with a 4-2 lead and a real control over hoop 7.
For those of you who are just joining us, the Shield is between the players who have been knocked out after the first round. Or second round.
Second round of the knockout.
Second round.
So Edmund took the first round of the knockout against Angharad Walters from Wales in 2 matches before being beaten in 2 by losing semi-finalist K Kamel. To get here, he beat Abdelwahab yesterday and won 7-5, 7-5.
And Stephen Morgan, I believe, won his first round match against Ahmed.
Yeah, I believe that it was Ahmed Nazar that Stephen beat before ultimately
Ahmed Nazar
being beaten by Tom Boulding yesterday.
Yes, he was beaten by Tom Boulding yesterday, 7-5, 7-3. And to proceed into the Shield final, he had to play
Jose Alvarez-Sala, who he beat in 3 matches, losing the first 7-6, but then coming back to win 7-6, 7-5 in game 2 and 3.
Bit more banter being thrown.
Yeah. So Edmund takes hoop 7 to gain a 5-2 lead in the first game of the final. as we can see on our screen here, the referees and hoop setters like to take a moment to thank all the volunteers that put in so much work over the past week and a half, 2 weeks for the qualifier and the main world championships. The work that has gone into this tournament really can't be understated. Yeah, the referees, the volunteers on every scoreboard. It's just been a real help for all the players involved.
Yeah, well, I don't know in England, but in New Zealand, it is definitely when we have our national competition, 6, 8 lawn, 9 lawns at most, and that is a tough job in itself, let alone we have 23 lawns available here to us. There's been a whole lot of volunteers who have come all over from New York, Arizona, California. They've all come and give us and have all made us feel welcomed here in Chesapeake Bay.
Yeah. So focus goes back to this Shield final, and Edmund looks like he may have bounced over on that clearance there. Again, something we've been seeing quite a lot when players are hitting hard. The ball will pick up on a little dip and just get a bit of air time. And with the power that Edmund hits, that aerial time gets longer and longer. And unfortunately, that leads to him bouncing over a few of his clearances. We saw it yesterday in his game against Ahab, and it looks like he's struggling with it again today.
Well, we've watched a couple of games of Edmund, haven't we, Sam, where we've kind of noticed that his shots are almost like a little jump.
Yeah, it seems, at least for most of his hoop shots, that all his balls start off slightly in the air. But that clearance there is a brilliant shot by Edmund, getting both blue and black out of position, really helping to retake control over this hoop. So Stephen forced into finding wide position, out of hoop running position.
Unfortunately, Edmund there, he was trying to promote his yellow ball, but he failed the attempt there.
So Edmund now, with red out of position,
Nicely
just
done.
takes a nice controlled stop shot, leaving yellow in a nice enough position, not particularly close, but in a good position to clear blue on the next rotation.
And blue has just gone into a nice position there, right in front of the hoop, hopefully blocking a hoop shot with both balls.
You've got to feel that Edmund is the favourite for this game.
Well, as a Kiwi, I would hope so. Yeah.
I mean, he's a very experienced player. He competed, while this is his first World Championships, he is he won the 2019 Under-21 GC World Championships at Nottingham in the UK, and has also competed, as we've said earlier, on the New Zealand McRobertson Shield team. So he is a very experienced player for someone of his age.
And he's had a few successes back at home in New Zealand. I believe he's won the national competition maybe once or twice, but he's also won a couple of NZ awards. Might be most improved GC, and I'm pretty sure he's won Player of the Year overall. And unfortunately, he whipped off the hoop there, possibly trying to clear blue.
Yeah.
Coming through the back of the hoop, quite too sure from our angle.
But with that missed clearance there, Stephen really able to take control, putting two balls in front of hoop 8. 5-2 down, you've got to feel that this is a must-win hoop to carry?
Yes, well, you would hope with red out of position, you've got to think to yourself, how can I get into this? So you just take position. And Edmund's just done a nice clear, hoping that he's going to clear the black ball with his red.
Yeah, nice, really nice clearance. Gets maximum distance on blue and stays relatively close with yellow. So Stephen here just going to play back in, and it looks like that is going to come nicely back into position. Nope, just dies short.
Slightly short. We're going to see a huge clearance.
Takes it.
And
Misses
just
on the
misses.
left. So this really is now a good opportunity. Quite a relatively simple hoop for Stephen to cut the lead from 5-2 to 5-3. Lines up the shot. And that's a
Nicely
nice
run.
hoop. Nice, and
The score is now 3-5 to Stephen.
5-3 to Edmund now. So Edmund having the important first approach from hoop 8 to hoop 9. And it looks like he's slightly overrun that one. So Stephen just goes positions deep into a position where he can clear anything that comes close or potentially take on a hoop shot if necessary next rotation. So are you going to be taking a clearance here on yellow to Kiri, or are you just bringing a second one in?
I think I would just bring my second one in and hope that Edmund doesn't pull out one of his very angled hoop shots and scores the hoop. But I think what Stephen's done is exactly what I would do. Yeah. Take a deep position, taking short boundary. You're only over there.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And Edmund electing not to take on this angled hoop.
Looks like he's going to do a bit of a cuddle shot here.
He's trying the cuddle.
And he's done.
And he looks like he might have played that very
good
well.
Shot.
Stephen's having to really check whether he's got a line on something, and I think he might have a shot. Yeah, lining it up.
The way he's swinging, yes.
Only a shot at
very
the hoop
unlucky.
though, and again, looks like he hit quite solidly into the middle of the hoop, but these hoops have been very unforgiving for even the best of players. And Edmund now with a chance to take a 6-3 lead, and runs that beautifully. Not much control. He's off on the north boundary.
He's off to the north boundary.
But a 6-3 lead, important 6th point. Meaning if the game were to go to 6-all, Edmund's got the important first approach up towards 13. And Stephen failing to get good position in front of hoop 10. So this now really a chance for Edmund to secure the lead. Edmund's position comes up nicely.
Nicely done by Edmund.
And into a position where you'd expect him to run the hoop to Kiri?
I think I'm shooting good. Edmund's shooting good. So, yeah.
And this second ball in from Stephen again goes
way
long.
too long.
Really now, that's two poor positions from Stephen, and Edmund will look to capitalise on this.
Gone for the huge roque and
takes the clearance shot on black and misses, potentially giving Stephen a bit of a let-off for two poor positional shots. That's a nice shot. Played
Nicely
with
controlled middle pace.
Yeah. Retains his position in front of the hoop. Doesn't send Edmund particularly far, but far enough that it's going to be tough for him to take a hoop shot on here.
Yes.
Did you guys miss Edmund's hoop shot at 5? Fucking ridiculous. Amazing.
Looks like a little jump shot.
Potentially.
It is.
It is a jump.
Ooh.
He's hit the hoop, but not...
That's not a bad attempt.
It's a really good effort from what must be 9 or 10 yards.
I'm not sure our traditional croqueters would be quite happy with that type of choice that he's just done.
It's a very aggressive option, and I don't think it's the shot I'd have played to Kiri. What about you?
Well, we breed them differently in New Zealand.
Again,
and
Edmund forced into a long clearance.
And I believe that went through.
And it's gone through.
And it's gone through, and
What a
Edmund
shot
takes
that
the
is.
first game 7-3.
Just stay where you are. We're going to, since Sharif
So Edmund takes the first 7-3 in this best of 3 Shield final. So only needs one more win to take home the Shield.
What was Edmund's knockout situation?
I believe he played Angharad, and he won, but he was eventually knocked out by the semi-finalist K Kamel. Yeah, and he ended up beating Abdelwahab.
All right. Well, let's see. We have 7-3. Was there a lot of interaction there? Was it 3-all, or was Stephen coming from behind the whole time?
Stephen was pretty much. He started off great, and then after the hoop 2, I believe Edmund just became Edmund and just started doing what he usually does.
Yeah, here stateside, we've been able to witness some of that, where he'll just go on a 10-shot tear where it's like a video game. He sees the hoop, he runs the hoop 20 yards, 30. Not really much concern when he knows he's hitting it straight.
Yes.
Was that how it was in New Zealand?
Well, funny fact is, when I was in secondary schools, Edmund was on his last year of high school. I was on my second, and just coming to start play competitive croquet, you've seen that, you're like, yes, I want to be like that. So you will find that quite a lot of us,
like Edmund.
quite a lot of us hit hard. I'm a fairly hard hitter, so yeah, I like it hard.
All right, you can see there in the camera we have some of our sponsors. PFC Hoop Maker Croquet Mallets. Use them, make hoops, sounds simple. I'm told Oakley Woods Croquet, Oakley Woods Mallets. His name's Don Oakley. He uses wood, he makes mallets. It's all there in the name, Takiri. Oakley Woods Mallets. What are you guys repping? I know you get some nice kit from the people at Croquet New Zealand.
So,
what do you guys bring over?
Well, in New Zealand, we have a mallet company called Terminator Mallets, and that is run by Mike McClure. I believe he's looking to sell his business, so anyone could be interested in that. He makes carbon fiber mallets, steel mallets, but he sponsors our under 21 New Zealand tournament, and he gives a nice little discount to our youth players.
And no one has come back from the future to destroy his mallet making company?
No.
Oh, great news. Great news for all mankind, actually. So Terminator Mallets out of New Zealand. All right. So we're off to a start here. Looks like Stephen didn't get great position with blue. You see Edmund's response to not hit him. Edmund is not shy about hitting a ball in position, right, Takiri?
But I think he's playing blue. Blue can't do much from there. His red was short boundary, so that's all he'll go. And he'll most probably have a big smack from the boundary.
All right, so I'd like to take this opportunity to kind of introduce golf croquet to those of you just joining us. I know some of you are wily veterans, know the game inside and out, but Takiri and I are going to remind you of some of the basics. So we got 4 balls, whether it's singles or doubles. They go in a set order. What's the order? What are the teams, Takiri?
So the order is blue, red, black, and yellow. So essentially the teams are blue and black and red and yellow. So Edmund Fordyce is playing red and yellow, and Stephen is playing blue and black, and they alternate shots in that order.
Wow, you can see that Stephen thought he had cuddled up there to Edmund, but just not enough. Edmund, again, not shy. If that ball a little bit in the way, if it's just a hair out of the way, he had to go at the hoop, ran it all the way to the north boundary. So we got, we have a best of 3 here, I believe.
Yes.
If we could go to our correspondent from Mexico in England, I believe he was going to tell us more about the format here. So what are we playing here, Rick?
Real matches, untimed, best out of 3.
All right. Thank you, Bobby, for that video. Ain't no B, Bobby. But Rick has let us know it's a best of 3. That's why we're starting game 2 here. Loser of game 1 starts game 2, even if you put him through, which was not the case in game 1. But now we've got a couple balls missing position at 2. Looks like they're having trouble with the speed. What do you think, Takiri? Was Edmund trying to get position, or was he having a go at that hoop gently?
I think he was. I think he was taking position, and he might have forgotten how fast the lawn was.
All right. I don't know. Did they play earlier rounds today, or is this was the only match today?
This was the only one they played yesterday.
Okay. So no excuse for coming over from the faster lawns on the original 8.
No.
Just got away from him there. So now he's only got 1 ball in position. Stephen has 2 and a choice. What would you do here, Takiri? Do you like the clear?
No. I'm feeling confident. I'm going for that hoop.
All right. I like to say there's no other way to get points than shoot that hoop.
Well, if you're constantly shooting, you're not really going for the hoop, aren't you?
Well, shooting the hoop.
Well, you can shoot for the hoop.
Yeah, shoot for the hoop. Yeah, I like to teach the simple list of priorities in croquet, and the top priority is shoot the hoop. It's the only way to get points. If you're on the right side, you like your hoop shot, no further questions needed.
That was a
so
class
Edmund
shot.
didn't have a hoop shot, so what did he do? What was his tactic?
Well, he decided he's blocked to hit blue, so he just decides to walk up and jump over it and hit blue full ball.
Yep, not a lot of setup time. It's almost like he's done that hundreds, if not thousands of times. So a nice jump clearance where he had to land just right. Steven with a good center ball clearance, but a bit unfortunate there. What happened? How would you protect against that if you were shooting blue at red? Do you choose a half ball from that distance, or you just got to hope it doesn't hit partner?
It depends on how close they are. If they look pretty close, I might have hit it maybe full ball, to be honest, just to hit it straight.
Giving it a real big swing.
Yeah.
Make sure it doesn't get hilled onto your ball.
Well, I've been pretty fortunate throughout this week where I've done big shots and they've bounced over the ball.
Oh, here he comes.
Another big jump shot.
Oh, looks like he wanted to bounce before black. A little bouncing bomb there. Sometimes called a Barnes-Wallis in England.
Did not know that.
It was a bomb from World War II that skipped on rivers to hit dams.
Oh.
The English, very clever with their terminology, but as you can tell, the rest of us generally have no idea what they're talking about. So Steven with a nice center clear. Blues sticks around. Probably not a great hoop shot at 2, but he's there to let his presence be known. He's moved Edmund away, but is this in Edmund's range? What do you think, Takiri?
If he can see the hoop.
Is there anything not in Edmund's range, Takiri?
Depends. The only way to stop it from getting in his range is by blocking him from the hoop.
All right.
So his range is limitless. It's unlimited, really.
All right, we might have to open up the take out the ball stopping tubes, play like jumbo croquet, see if we can find out of his range. Yep, I think that hit the hoop. That had a chance. He hit the correct stanchion, but just right of center instead of just left of center, giving Steven what looks to be a nice short one. Can you see out the window? Is this 1 foot, 3 foot? What are we looking at?
Say it's about a 1 footer.
Okay. Even on these hoops, that would be hard to miss.
Nicely done.
Ah, some tricks with the camera there. Looks like he grabbed right wire. So now we're all tied up at ones. So I've heard a theory. I brought up to Matthew last night. This is the Kyle Maloof theory that hoop 2 is the least important hoop in the game.
Interesting.
So I believe the theory goes like this. At worst, you're down 0-2. And being first to third, where you can take control of 3 and possibly 4, is a great place to catch up if you're down 0-2 or, take a big lead. And if you're able to control 3 and 4, you're so close to 5, you might just get 5 and 6. So he says that taking a big risk at hoop 2 might be worth it because if you lose hoop 2, you just might walk into a 4-point swing. And hey, hoop 7's not far from 6. So you're controlling the next possible 6 hoops. It's the last time you have a real 14-yard gap between the current hoop and the next hoop. So a real missable shot.
That's the Maloof theory, is it?
Yeah, that is a Kyle Maloof theory.
Kyle Maloof's
I'm pretty
theory.
sure David Maloof's theory is I'm old and I just like to hit it hard, pretty medium pace in the center.
Well,
that's the David Maloof theory.
I actually had to play David Maloof in the blocks.
How did that go for you? Did he win hoop 2?
He did win hoop 2.
Critical error in his son's eyes, I'm sure.
He actually won the first game, and I got a bit annoyed, and I decided to come out firing to find my groove, and I managed to find my groove, but in the end, I managed to beat him in 3 games, 7-5 and 7-3.
All right, so we saw, looks like Steven got the first clearance there,
Yes.
so now we're going to have a clear fest. But again, if Edmund finds himself on the right side of the hoop, and Steven, even if Steven does block him, he might go for it. But Steven looks like, can't tell,
Looks a bit short.
might not be a block. Edmund not really taking any time to think about it, just thrashing. Oh, disappointment on his face. It's a little bit like last night. He plays so fast, it's almost like watching croquet in the dark. I don't know if that ball went through, but I could see on his face, no pointer finger in the air. He's not happy, so I think he's missed to the south boundary, giving Steven total control.
Yes. Oh, yeah, we just saw a little bit of a bounce there. It's going right onto black.
That is really unfortunate. We've talked about that a little bit with, it seems like they aerated, so there's some little depressions on the ground that are growing back in, but when you hit that hard, it does not take much to send the ball in the air and, in fact, over black. See, Steven got a little hop there. Don't know if that was part of his stance or if he was caught one of those little divots.
Possible little jump there because blue might have been hampering him a little bit.
Yeah, he's scored down nicely, and blue has a nice open lane to get to hoop 4. And I believe, yellow must have hit the edge of the hoop to end up where it was when it tried thrashing at that hoop. I thought yellow was on the south boundary, but it turns out it was onside and looks like a severe angle. Do you think Edmund has that 45-degree hoop shot on these hoops?
In New Zealand, we have a nickname. We call those shots the Edmund shots because in New Zealand, he constantly gets those angles. We have no idea how he just hits like a truck at the hoop and hopes to go through.
I do remember playing him at the World Teams in Nelson in 2020. We had quadway hoops. We had tough ground, a bit curvier than here. But the hoops were so tough, you can miss a 3-footer. Sometimes the best players are playing 3-4-footers at 50%. It didn't seem to bother Edmund and a lot of the Kiwi team. They were hitting so hard that the ball was routinely 1.5 inches off the ground when it met the hoop. And we felt we couldn't bully the hoops unless you really had that elite power. Steven with an in-off.
Wow.
That is an unorthodox in-off. He hit yellow. Looked like he was just going for the clear, protect blue, and it somehow deflected him. Normally you deflect from outside of center to a more centralized line. That deflected from what would have been a centered shot, and it deflected to a more angled hoop shot, and somehow still went.
So with Steven running that 4th hoop now, he is now in a nice lead of 3-1.
So, maybe he had control of 3, and now he's turned it into hoops 3 and 4, and with a clearance here, we'll see if he can string these together. That's 3 in a row for Steven Morgan, really turning it on in game 2. How do you feel about this as a game of runs? Do you find it to be more back and forth, like a tennis match, sometimes on serve, you just keep serve? Or do you see more runs in this game? What are your feelings?
It's quite of a tough question. For me, it just depends on how you're playing. I mean, sometimes it can be a bit of a back and forward. We saw that yesterday with a few players. No matter what the score was, there was a lot of back and forward. Or you had what Blake Fields just did in the semifinals, and he was just on a run.
Well, I certainly when you're shooting shots like K Kamel yesterday, where it was 3 hoops in 5 shots, that's a run where your opponent, is missing by a hair on his 2 attempted clearances, and didn't really do much wrong. But if you don't hit that first clearance, I feel like that's when the runs really start. But here we've had both players hit a clearance. We'll see if Edmund can stop the bleeding, so to speak, and get some more points on the board. So, good hit, but
is it enough?
I don't think Edmund's gonna pass that up. What do you think,
I'm still taking that. If I was Edmund, I'm still taking that.
I would be shocked if he didn't, honestly. Even if Steven has both balls on sidelines, Edmund knows he could put this at 1 foot, but he's shaking his head because he just wants to run. Be free. Grow the stash.
It looks like he's going to be a bit more controlled. He's fighting that urge.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's what he was very disappointed that he couldn't. He felt he couldn't just go for that hoop. Down 3-1, a miss there might have been catastrophic.
I think Edmund thought to himself, I'm 3-1 down. How can I find an advantage to the next hoop? Maybe he wants to do a controlled hoop run instead of his normal run to the boundary kind of hoop run.
Oh, so instead of playing for his second point, he's really going for 2 and 3 here. So he's leveraging Steven being out of position to try to get 2 in a row. That's what you got to do. You got to string them together when you're down more than 1. So if he alternates hoops with Steven, he's going to lose this, 7-5? If he were to make this, it would be a 7-5 game at hoop 12. So he's going to try to get 5 and 6. What are your favorite ways, Takiri, of stringing together hoops? What do you do? What are your tricks?
Well, it depends on if I'm shooting well, I'm shooting well. But throughout this tournament, I've been doing some nice controlled hoop runs. Because in this type of tournament, you're playing former world champions, and you're trying to think, how can I compete with them? how can I find an advantage to the next hoop? So I'm controlling hoop runs all the time and just trying to get that extra bit that I can leverage over them.
So Stephen is missed position. He's no threat with black and then missed the 13-yarder. So those controlled hoop runs, were you going for jaws a lot to get that kind of control, or were you doing that from 1 foot to 4 foot distance on these hoops?
I found myself from doing between 1 to 4 foot. I hardly jawsed.
Little long for Edmund.
Yes.
Leaves a big wired spot for Stephen to hide in. So you didn't get the jaws much? Were you going for it and it just bounced out?
Well, a lot of people that know me, I don't tend to go for jawsing quite a lot. It really depends on what kind of situation I'm in. If I'm down, I'll go for a jaws, and depending on hoops, and just so I can get a nice one. Oh, a little jump happening here.
This is 14 yards between 5 and 6. He's at 16 yards. Wants to get over black on a bounce. Maybe he was wired from black. I think red is wired from black, but Edmund getting a little aggressive there.
Did that bring a bit of memories back for you, Ben, from 2019?
Honestly, I would have definitely taken that peg extension out. Probably had them measure it because I can't jump any extra. Edmund might have a couple inches to spare the way he thwacks it, but yeah, that's it was a bit more dire. I was down 5-6, so if I didn't hit a clear or make the hoop on that peg jump, that would have been the whole match. So yeah, I was a little bit more trying to compose myself and figure out if there was any way to not have to hit that shot. But thankfully it went, and the problem is I couldn't really appreciate it for a couple days because I was still struggling to get out of the block. So everybody said, that was such a great shot, and I'm thinking, yeah, I lost the match. I might not qualify for the knockout, but yeah, great. I'm glad you liked the video.
Do you just practice those shots at home? Or was it just kind of a spur of the moment, I need to do it?
I was told by my club member at Oakland that I had done it at a club play day, but I don't really think that those pegs were necessarily as high. The stakes were certainly not as high, so to speak. And I apparently had done it before, but I had no memory of it because it was just club doubles, random day. So no, I did not really practice those, but it was, you line it up like you line up your boundary jump, the 7-yard jump to bounce over a ball, and instead you hit it harder. As you can see on the video, I put just about everything in it. The backswing was about as high as Blake's backswing.
Yes.
And then you can see me kind of move my upper body, and my weight's all on my toes. I had to put everything into it just to get over that 18-inch peg. But Edmund has thrashed back. Stephen didn't get jaws, but that looks runnable. Do you think?
I think if it's off the wire, it's definitely runnable.
Yeah, the way Edmund had to go at it makes me think he needed
yeah.
to move it. If it were on the wire and yellow had hit the hoop, that could have been a grievous error to give Stephen position that he can't run. But now we'll see a more controlled jump. What do you think, on the fly or bounce?
On the fly.
Edmund's got the power. A little bit of Blake in that backswing. Oh, no. You see the sloped shoulders. Again, it's moving too fast. Can't really tell.
Oh, and he seems to be beating himself up there a little bit.
All right, so yeah, he's going for all the jumps. Stephen's playing the total controlled game. Looks angled. He's not too fussed about going through. Do you see what he's doing there, Takiri?
I believe I do.
What's he doing there?
I believe he's trying to give a little bit of an advantage to the next hoop where he will play blue in off. Well, not in off. He will hit black and hopefully flick off to hoop 7.
Yeah, we normally talk about jawsing the odd hoops because then you get to run it down to the next hoop because all of the even hoops from 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6, etc., the next hoop is straight ahead. But from 6 to 7, the only way to turn that corner would be for some ball contact. So yeah, blue hoping to promote black through the hoop, which is no easy feat on these hoops. But if he can maybe hit just left to center with enough momentum, he'll spin himself into the first ball at hoop 7.
I've seen many people do it.
Isn't that offsides, Takiri? Wouldn't that be offsides?
Well, no, it wouldn't, because the ball goes through the hoop, and then your ball goes over. It doesn't mean it's offside. Because your ball has gone through the hoop, it is now legal, and because the hoop's been scored.
It's on the scoring shot there, so he's exempted, I guess, from being offside.
The execution, though, wasn't quite as what he had hoped for, but
I'd be pretty happy with
he's still got
though.
there.
Yeah, running hoop 6 to the halfway peg to 7 is quite beneficial. It's a much shorter clearance there. But yeah, blue, not really runnable. Should be close enough to pick a half of a ball if he wants to clear to the boundary. Black has hit a half a ball of red. Don't know if he wanted it, but it's a good result.
Yeah.
All right, and what's Edmund doing? Why is he so deep?
He just loves to score hoops from deep, I guess. I mean, I suppose he's trying to get anything of a hoop shot that he can try.
So I think Edmund was worried that blue's so close, if he takes any meaningful position, he was going to be cleared. So he'd rather be, 4 or 5 yards straight in front than on the west boundary. So now we've got Edmund has cleared back, and we're going to have a proper battle here, it looks like. See if Steven can get the half ball he wants. Oh, that's a good shot.
Good shot from Steven.
So he's made yellow have a bit of an angle. That peg represents 22.5 degrees. The middle of the north boundary, or corner 2, would be a 45-degree angle. So well within the Edmund shot range.
Well.
Oh, he liked the swing. Hit the correct stanchion, everything.
Oh.
How many places do you think that goes, that shot?
Not many places, that's for sure.
No, you think it was too centered on the post?
I think you'd find that was quite centered. It wasn't quite a little bit more to the left. Now I think it would have been the perfect spot.
All right. You think you probably only hit one stanchion there?
Possibly.
Yeah, you need to hit both stanchions to have a chance on even easy hoops. But these hoops, you got to be dead center like that. Another 22.5 degree. Oh, you can see.
Look.
Have we talked yet about they expanded the width of the hoops a little bit? They originally were going for proper high-level tournament conditions between a 32nd and a 16th, and they had so many lawns to set, and conditions were tough enough that they widened them, and you can see the result of that on Edmund's shot. Looks like ran 7 all the way down to 12.
Be great if they were going to that hoop.
So now Steven's got first ball in position, Edmund to that Edmund angle. So for me, I like to jump those on these hoops. I find that they move a little bit. Have you had much success with these Edmund angles?
I've had a bit of success. If I was back in New Zealand, I'd be going at them quite hard. But here, I've been going at them pretty soft, and most of the time they're working.
Okay.
Or I'm staying in the area if I miss.
All right. But not jawsing. You said you didn't.
Not jawsing,
you don't
'cause
jaws. You're either, dribbling.
I will
through.
only jaws if I have to jaws.
Okay. Just not a fan of sharks?
No.
Well, here comes Steven. Dun-dum. Dun-dum. Oh, near stanchion, nearly centered. We'll see if Edmund can capitalize on this Edmund angle. You think he's going to jump it, or is he just thrash at these?
He's just going to, I bet he's going to thrash it.
All right, flat
and
thrash.
Boom.
No problem. Very
Makes it look
cavalier
effortless.
signal. Doesn't even
Effortless.
put the hand above the shoulder. It's just a little note to the scorekeeper. That did, in fact, go through. Oh, great position by Steven.
Right.
Oh, maybe a little too much. Flew too close to the sun. Went for like 2 feet from 14 yards.
Here comes the sun. Da-da-da-da.
Here comes the red burning ball of fire from Edmund. He's gonna be coming in hot if he thinks Steven can make that. Got a 21-yarder with red, not waiting for the 14-yarder.
Wow.
Ooh, so showing a little bit of humanity there. He's not on a peak Edmund tear yet.
No, not quite.
So 4 all, but Steven better take advantage while the getting's good, as they say. So we got blue in an angled position, and Edmund wasting no time. Second ball at it. Ketchup first, then mustard. Now here comes blue. You think he jawses? Is he gonna play this total control?
I think he will.
I think I know you wouldn't jaws it.
I wouldn't jaws it.
Dun,
You know Stephen better than I do.
no. I think he might play for the jaws. With yellow there, he might consider a promotion, because when Edmund's on, he can hit a half ball from 10 yards. Never mind.
It's not where his yellow ball went at.
Okay, so blue didn't. It's not as easy for yellow to get a fully jaws ball, but blue's not fully jaws.
No,
I wouldn't
it's
be
not.
shocked if Edmund has 2 goes at that blue ball. Nope, he's going to clear black to avoid the promotion or the jump.
Nice little mid-place clearance there from Edmund.
So I wonder if yellow has a chance for an in-off with these bouncy lawns. Could you see that going through from yellow's position?
If it does, I'll give you $100.
Deal. I like these zero stakes bet. That wasn't even 1 to 100, folks. If it goes through, I just get $100, no risk. I'll take that bet every time. So he's banged the stanchion. He had to get a lot of blue to get it to bounce out to a hard position. Oh, now Steven has capitalized. Again, we talked about that jawsing, an odd hoop being so powerful. He's run 9 down to 10. Great camera angle. Thank you for that camera work. A little pan and scan. I'd like to take this time to thank our cameraman. We have Brian Hovis and John Graney doing a great job this week out there, sometimes in the shade, mostly just hanging out in the sun. Here it comes, getting these great camera angles for us, even in the dark sometimes.
Yes.
All right, so what does Edmund need to do here? Down 5-4. What's his priority here, Takiri?
Well, I think he just needs to keep playing the position. But you've down 5-4. Maybe you try to go for a draws if you can. Well, not that. But I think he'll just try to run the hoop. And just, hoop, battle out on hoop 11.
Well, yeah, he missed a couple of clearances going to, I believe, 8 and 9. So he hasn't gone for the clearance there. Don't know if he was blocked. Maybe it wasn't a decision, but maybe he's just chosen to give Steven this shot, and that decision paid off. So Steven, despite wearing the golf Jordans, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, though, right, Takiri?
Yes.
So not every shot's a make. And Edmund has taken total control now. He's got 2 balls in front. Steven banged off the side, and now Edmund has knocked his other ball all the way to the west boundary. Can you see, does Edmund have 2 hoop shots? Did he get a good stop shot there?
It almost looks like he's wide. It's not very far, but he doesn't have 2 hoop shots.
All right, we have started in the bowl final, it looks like. Andres Alvarez-Sala up to a quick 2-0 lead. Sharif, despite losing hoop 2, has made hoop 3. So we'll see if the Maloof gambit pays off. See if he Kyles him here and levels it at 2. Oh, Edmund, see in the air when it hits the hoop like butter.
Well, these lawns are very, very jumpy, I found, Ben.
I saw him doing that, whether it's jumpy or not. I think
he's getting even more jumpy.
For sure. I think he's got a little body movement. Hitting down on the ball is not unusual for him. He just hopes to not have it happen on his clearances. Oh, Steven coming in hot. So, do you think that's an intentional defensive position?
I think we're redders, possibly.
He's made Edmund slow down and think. Don't see that often. So yeah, I think he's failed position intentionally so that Edmund didn't have a sort of stop shot again to clear him to the far boundary, and
because I think if it
Blue
had
gets some control here.
I think had Steven had gone right into the middle, Edmund would have just done a nice middle place clearance, full ball on the middle. Ooh, that looks really good.
Maybe blocking yellow's heroic attempt at 11, which I would not be shocked to see Edmund try.
Apparently not. Apparently not.
Now that might have gone on a lot of other courts. That hit the far stanchion just where you want to, but he spun back into really good control. So despite Steven's defensive play here, he's in a bit of trouble.
It was nearly the commentator's curse, Ben.
I'm got to be more conscious of how I use my great power. Edmund doesn't miss these hoops often, folks. He's probably going to run this through 11 and 12. How's that?
Well, he's taking his time with it. So.
All right, he's looking. He might clear black. That is a very conservative decision.
For Edmund, yes, that is.
What's the real advantage of clearing black there? Where does he want red at the end of the shot?
I'm not too sure, Ben. That just seemed a bit out of character.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to play that because he's never played that shot before. I assume he wanted some center ball, possibly right center.
Possibly
he
center
might have
ball
into the jaws.
But he's still close to the hoop where he can still do some damage.
If he stayed close to the hoop, he had chances for, no promotion chances. But, yeah, I assume he wanted to not be where opponent could wire from him that close. And the way he's looking at it makes me worry that red can't see black. So now yellow could clear blue, could clear black. Nope.
She's
now
taking the
Edmonds
position.
playing some deep position, hoping to get some offense. All right, so in his bio, Edmund's croquet tip is try not to overcomplicate the game. So it's possible we're overthinking his decisions because he certainly doesn't. So he is cleared out blue instead of black. He might have been wired on that ball. He just hit the ball he could see.
I think he was, and it looks like Steven's just going to go for one of those jaws again.
Looks gentle. He's going to let Edmund have the jump. Ooh, that got well into the jaws. It would not take much if yellow just skims the top of black. This is going to be Steven's point. I believe the rule there is when two balls go through the hoop, it's the one that started the turn closer to the hoop. So it doesn't matter whether yellow gets through first. If black gets through at all, it's Steven's point. But that doesn't slow down Edmund. Oh, he's hit the crown, but looked like it was off to his right as well. I don't know if that would have gone had it been the correct height either.
I don't think so.
All right, so 5-all, jaws of 11. And that red ball still has a jump shot.
And I wouldn't put it past Edmund to have a jump attempt from there.
And that's why Steven's having a go at it. He didn't even want to give him a 7-yard jump. What were his alternatives there? If Steven didn't mind Edmund trying that, where does blue go?
I think you just go halfway and just if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, and it has happened.
All the way down to 12, the Barnes-Wallis. You could see black wiggle, but it's still in that hoop. Great shot by Edmund. So now Edmund takes the critical 6th point first. And that means if all goes to a normal plan, even if Steven scores 12, Edmund will likely be the first to hoop 13.
Yes.
Uh-oh. He's in a hole.
It's
Got
offside.
some questions. Oh, he might be offside because he shot the hoop. Okay.
Yes.
But in theory, has Steven condoned that?
Well, I suppose he has
I
because
think that's a gentlemanly play by Edmund, though. I think neither of them was really paying too much attention to the offside ball. And it's possible Steven signaled while we weren't looking.
possibly we don't have that angle.
But very gentlemanly play, very sportsmanlike.
That's
Good
how we do it in New
sportsmanship.
Zealand.
All right. Ooh, okay. So he not
Interesting.
only hit yellow to the backside of the hoop, it's wired from black, but if my memory serves in the order on the peg, after blue,
Comes red.
We're going to have red. So yellow being wired from black does not solve this problem for Steven. In fact, it could have allowed a flick off, but no, Steven's the one who's going to be looking for the flick off. One of the only ways that he could be first to hoop 13 is to somehow get offsides down to 13, but be exempted from the offsides rule. What are those exemptions, Takiri?
Well, the exemption is if you go offside, the only way you can legally go offside is if you go off an opponent's ball. So in this case, Steven, with his blue and black, would have to wick off either red or yellow.
Okay, or if Edmund sends him offside.
Yeah, or if an opponent hits you offside.
The problem is blue is not in a scoring position. So if blue somehow scored the point now, black would be more than halfway to hoop 13, but he'd be there legally because the opponent put him there. I believe we had the early exemption of on the point that scores the hoop. Quite difficult to score 12 while sending a ball to 13, though.
Yes.
Don't know quite how you would do that. Maybe Edmund's got the power to do that. Some sort of bank off a stanchion while promoting a ball. I don't know.
Well, I've been walking around the lawns this past week, and I've heard a few comments about, Edmund's such a small dude, but he gets so much power. And, well, he is a small dude, and he does get so much power. And I'm not too sure how.
Well, he's learned well from Greg Bryant down there.
Yes.
Has coached a lot of your under-21 team. Have you had experience with Coach Bryant?
I've been very, very lucky to have the opportunity to be a part of his development squad when I was first starting out, and I believe he is now starting his high-performance squad that he's doing in New Zealand. So,
That'll
yeah.
be exciting. Although, it does put the fear of God in the rest of us. Having to play you guys at GC teams every couple of years, and here at the World Championships. So looks like Steven missed a critical clear on yellow, but Edmund passed up a hoop shot.
Yes.
So he's gone conservative. Maybe Steven having total control for a good number of hoops, stringing hoops together, has forced him to play for the 1-yard hoop shot, even allowing Steven this possible clear. So this is a critical shot to stay alive. Steven down 1 game and down 6-5. This could be for the match. And he's nailed it.
He's nailed it.
Puts a great swing on it, a pressure moment. How do you deliver when the pressure's on like that, Takiri?
Surprisingly, I do. I play better under pressure. As my club members like to call it, I'm a game day person. When I'm practicing, I'm missing all of these shots, but when it comes to game time, the pressure's on, you're performing.
All right, so it looks like Edmund might have given himself a tough angle, but as Takiri pointed out, and as we saw at, I believe, hoop 8,
yes,
Edmund doesn't have much trouble with those angles. He just bangs them through, even flatter than some of his straight-on hoop shots. He's going to try and protect that red ball with yellow. Oh, thumbs up, Steven.
Gives thumbs up.
He does know to tell the commentators when it's blocked. We usually have a symbol. You cross the arms, it's blocked. You swipe the arms open, it is safe or unblocked. But him giving Edmund the thumbs up means he's appreciating good shot. Game recognized game, Takiri.
Yes.
So what does he do? What does blue do in this circumstance if he thinks red can make that hoop?
Well, there's one possibility is you hit yellow into red, or with this camera angle, it looks like he might be going for the hoop.
There's only one way to get points in this game, Takiri. Shoot the hoop.
And not quite.
Not his best swing. If you have to hit a ball that's about the same distance, so well centered or even off center just a bit, to combo another ball, I think that's a similar accuracy to running a hoop. Of course, that would be a normal hoop. It's possible these hoops require more accuracy, but Edmund had accuracy to spare.
And with Edmund winning that second game, and that means Edmund Fordyce is our Shield winner.
Congratulations to Edmund and New Zealand Croquet with a nice medal and the name on the shield. That is the tournament for those players who made it to the second round on Bloody Wednesday when we went from 32 players to 8. So they were in the final top 16, and Edmund was the champion of those. So I guess technically 9th place, but he'll probably call it shield winner or they gave me this medal for winning a game.
Now, I believe we've gone over to the bowl final now between Andres Alvarez-Sala and Sharif Abdelwahab.
All right. Very good on the pronunciation there, Takiri. Congrats. You sound like a European over there. So these gentlemen are both great players. They were knocked out in the first round of the knockout. I know Sharif did well in his block. Andres had to win a playoff and came out 4th. So he faced a 1 seed, one of the block winners in the first round. Do you remember who those are?
I believe Andres played David Malouf.
Ah, your friend and foe.
Yes, well, Andres was in my block. And I had to play him first up.
Okay, well, then he played David Malouf in the block, but that wouldn't have been in the knockout.
Andres.
Yeah, in the knockout, he had Matthew Essick. He got
Essick.
game 1, 7-5, and then Matthew rallied back. Matthew said he wasn't playing his best croquet, but Andres must have been playing very well to beat him because Matthew, not his best, still very formidable. So it was 7-5 for Andres in game 1, and then 7-3, 7-5 for Matthew in games 2 and 3. That made Andres eligible here for the bowl. Do you remember Sharif's knockout? I don't mean to put you on the spot, just need time to scroll.
Sharif played E Burridge.
Ah, well done. Yeah, so Ewan having an excellent tournament. He'll be a bronze medalist again, once in the under-21s and now in the main open knockout. Ewan beat Sharif 2 straight. I remember hearing about that game. It was 7-6 in game 1, and Sharif just couldn't get over the fact that despite everybody missing 3 to 5 yard hoop shots, Ewan seemed to make them all. And in game 2, I'm told Sharif let him shoot them, thinking surely there'd be a regression to the mean. Sometime he's going to miss these hoop shots, and he stands corrected. But that makes him eligible here for the bowl final. I'm sure they each had good matches to get to this point. Again, we're in a best of 3. This is game 1. Sharif just running a powerful hoop 7 all the way down past 8. Do you prefer to be on the south boundary, or do you like going for that touch through hoop 7, even if you might end up north of the peg?
Well, I think as some of the New Zealand squads have been exposed to Chris Clark likes a nice control.
I don't know if I would phrase it that way, Takiri. Let's go ahead and start again.
Well, I've listened to Chris Clark quite a lot of times, and he likes a very nice controlled hoop run. He's not quite a fan of running the hoop all the way down to the boundary.
Is it because of his back or his preferences?
I think he sees it as a tactical issue, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe you're running down to the boundary, and all the opposition can do is just play it in a wide position.
Yeah, so it looks like Sharif has benefited. Black did not get wired, and then Sharif with great touch, apologizing there. I think he overhit that, and possibly it curved right on him as well.
Yes.
But great result. You'll take the 15-yard angled jawsing, or at least I would, when I can get it. I don't know. Do you ask for a replace and replay in that? You're not a fan of jawsing?
I'm not a fan of jawsing, no, but I'll still take it.
Okay, fair. Good man, the opportunist amongst us. So now Sharif has probably got to clear that black one. I know Andres can jump. That's looking like it's on line with that halfway peg. That would be the halfway between hoops 6 and 7. So that represents like a 22.5-degree angle, probably a couple yards. Sharif doesn't want to give him that, though, if he doesn't have to. And from our angle, oh, great, clear. So he's cut the black ball so that Sharif maintains corner position and puts black as far away as possible. I think yellow might be just barely in the hoop.
Possibly.
So,
Possibly a little nudge to the... but it looks like Andres is thinking he doesn't like his chances. He's just going halfway.
Yeah. Maybe had he been left there, he could have hit the right side of yellow. These hoops are so firm that even if you hit it towards the stanchion, it might pop out to a tough angle or come out and bounce back several yards. You've seen some of these rejections. What's the worst hoop rejection you've seen? Present company can be excluded. Just have you seen a hoop shot come back to the boundary behind the striker? Anything crazy like that?
I don't know if I've seen any crazy rejections. I think maybe Blake's possibly. He had a couple of rejections that came quite, was further. It been further back than where he started.
Okay, so a 4-yarder that ends up coming back to 6 yards in front.
Possibly more than that.
I would argue that's relatively fortunate to be on the front side of the hoop at all after a miss. Some of these are quite frustrating when somebody hits both stanchions and then settles into 6-inch position if you don't have a good side position on them. So Sharif did not like black going halfway, decided to wait. I don't know how runnable yellow was, but it didn't run.
It's going to flick off maybe.
It's a long way for that turn the corner we saw Stephen Morgan try, but he went for it. He was hoping to promote yellow through, and if on that shot where the point is scored, he could go all the way down to hoop 9 and get control of hoop 9, which is critical because Sharif is down here.
Yes.
He's down 3-4. He's got to string 2 hoops together. That was a chance.
Well,
had he hit blue, I don't think he would have gotten 2 in a row without another good clearance.
Well, it hits blue. There's the possible chance that he pushes blue over to the onside position into the next hoop and eventually makes it onside. So, I don't know. I would have gone for it.
And Andres, his halfway position was also a good chance to knock yellow out of the jaws, but the jaws have won. That hoop took all of the brunt of Andres' hit and didn't even wiggle yellow. These are some firm hoops. So what's Sharif going for here, you think, Takiri?
Well, I think he's been a bit lucky with what he was trying to do. He's managed to bounce into a position where he could possibly promote his next ball over to the next hoop.
All right, so that would be if blue gets decent position but not too tight to the hoop. There will be room for red to rush yellow over in front of the hoop with a hoop shot.
Yes.
So in that case, I would guess Andres should probably go for a yard in. Rather than if Andres goes deep 3 yards, that leaves a nice window for Sharif to rush the ball into. So now, if blue's not runnable, do you still like the promotion?
Yeah.
All right.
I'd still give it.
Are you an AC player, Takiri?
I'm a bit of an amateur, really.
Okay.
I dabble a little bit when I have to.
Well, Sharif agrees with you. Got good pace on it, but not
Not
enough.
quite, but still.
He didn't get corner position on blue. The only risk with the promotion is, as you see, it's left red behind at the hoop. So now instead of red being down there and blue having to worry about red shooting the hoop, with yellow not in position, blue can destroy yellow. Or no, yellow will play first. But blue could shoot the hoop without risk of giving red a hoop shot. Oh, that is quite hard luck, as they say in Arabic. Hard luck there. Andre says maybe given Sharif a better hoop shot than he was looking at. But 2 balls in front for Andres. Somewhat fortunate that looks like black is runnable. Blue, maybe he'd rather leave there if it's too angled. See what he decides. Little stop shot, hoping to be in position and wired from black. Force blue to take care of yellow. Do you like the in-off here?
I'd go for the in-off. I'm feeling confident.
Gotta move
it's
yellow
4
somehow.
raw, and I might even use the hoop to stop myself from going so far.
All right. And if you bounce off to the side, you got black there for a
Yeah.
promotion. Put it back in position. But he's got a good center ball there. Maybe not what he wanted, but yellow's out of position. And now he can be first to position. But blue doesn't really have the drop on red. Blue can only put red so far. So we talk about corner control. Takiri, what can you tell me about corner control on these hoops?
Corner control on these hoops. Well, I believe the corner control on these type of hoops is a short boundary, to whereas the opponents cannot hit you so far, whereas you control that corner, you're able to still be so close to the hoop that you can still do some sort of damage while you, I suppose, what Sharif's going to do here. Actually, never mind, I thought he was going to set up, maybe.
Oh, he's gone for what I like call the pre-clear. Usually
pre-clear.
red's in charge of clearing black.
Well,
But
that's what I would have thought.
he had a shot at it with yellow, so he took it. He also, had he missed, he would have been on that south boundary
Yes.
with a possible hoop shot. As it was, he got the left half of black and maintained that kind of short boundary corner control where he's only 7 yards in front of the hoop. And if somebody goes in front of the hoop, he can clear them to the far side of the court with that corner control. So Andres here could clear red as hard as he wants. It's coming back in once it crosses that boundary. So now Sharif's got 2 balls on the line. What do you like here, Takiri?
Oh, I'm thinking a nice. I would set up and trust my clearance with the yellow ball on blue.
Yellow's going to leverage that corner position, see if he can maybe cut blue far, far away.
I think knowing Sharif, yes. I've had the pleasure of meeting Sharif over these past couple of weeks, from seeing him on a small screen on my phone to seeing him in real life, to where I've known his tactics, and I think he would.
I'm told don't meet your heroes. How'd it work out for you?
Well, I've met quite a few of my heroes in croquet. I mean, sitting here with yourself, 2019 world champion, only seeing you on the screen. I think first video I saw of you was that jump shot that we talked about. Meeting Reg Bamford. I mean, that in itself, the Egyptians, they're so welcoming into their little group, to where they've invited me to come to Egypt for the Egyptian Open.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
I was just there in September. They held it
Yes.
early this year because of the Worlds being in October. They didn't want the 2 tournaments to have it at the
clash.
same time, and it proved to be a great warm-up for the Egyptian players and myself, although very different conditions here with the hoops. So their hoops, really tough on jump shots, but quite Edmund would have a fun time. They're quite runnable at ground level if you put enough mustard on it. So Andres there gets the clear. I think he missed a pre-clear, and then Sharif took your advice. He cut blue all the way down court, but not too far. So Andres is able to come back with a 14-yarder, and Sharif resets. So again, Sharif is leveraging that corner control where every time he's cleared, he's within 7 or 10 yards. So eventually, I guess law of averages, the player who has more longer shots will probably miss before the player who has the shorter shots. Ooh, that could slow down some progress for Andres. Don't know. Can blue still hit red, you think?
Judging by the angle pass, I think it's just rolled far enough.
Oh, great position with Sharif. Don't know if he's blocking the hoop, but that looks like it's on line with the peg. The peg is less than 45 degrees from that hoop because it's only 7 yards to the side. So that looks runnable. The corner peg, that yellow corner peg where Sharif is standing, that would represent a 45-degree angle. So as we said earlier, it's very much an Edmund hoop angle, but one that's runnable, possibly with a little jump. See if Andres can cut that red ball, maybe get the center. Hard to tell from our angle. Oh, he's got left of center, so that black was not blocking red at all. So that was
not.
You can see him breathe a sigh of relief. He knew he misses a little left, and he's clearing his own ball instead of the opponent ball. Now, what do you guys call the next ball to play? We have several names for it because we have the rotation game known as American six-wicket or American rules.
Oh, yes. I've heard about this.
What do you call the next ball to play? If you're red, you're staring at blue and black, you want to tell your opponent to hit the next ball to play, but you don't want to say the color. What do you say?
You just say hit the next ball.
Okay. We have
we're pretty simple.
All right, we have hot ball.
Hot
ball versus cold ball. The hot ball is the one that plays next. Danger ball versus spent ball. So the spent ball having just spent its turn, and the danger ball being the one you actually have to worry about playing next. But yeah, rotation's a big part of the American rules game. Although the deadness, not such a problem here in GC. So he's cleared the hot ball, and now Andres really needs to worry about yellow making the tough angle. Some players would leave that yellow ball alone. But at this point in the tournament, he doesn't want to take any chances. All right, have you read up on Sharif here? What's he repping?
Well, I was just looking at his tip. Keep your head down and keep your mallet squared.
Mallet squared.
I think that's what I read.
I try not to include math in my tips. Square your mallet on the ball.
Square your mallet on the ball, sorry.
All right. So, yeah, he says he's the croquet director at Bonita Bay Club in the winter and the croquet pro at Wildcat Cliffs in North Carolina in the summer. Formerly out of Newport, Rhode Island. His brother Ahab was also playing in the tournament. Ahab had that big win against Ahmed Al-Mahdi, another past champion. That was pretty huge.
And current over 50s world champion.
Yeah. So he's got multiple gold medals hanging in the closet at home. And now Sharif just repositioned there. I don't know, did he try to get
I
in
think
the
he
hoop?
tried to
Just
do the
kind of
jaws, I think.
Got a little curvy around the hoop there. Doesn't look like it's in, but a ball in red's position couldn't really knock it out, but looks like blue has the drop on him. Oh, great hit.
Nicely done. It looked like they hit the hoop league for a little bit.
Yeah, it popped in the air a little bit, still had some follow through, but Andres looks like he's on that 45-degree angle. If he's left there, he might try a little juicy jumper, as I call it. You do a little jump like you're jumping a ball 3 feet away. Try to hit up, 6-8 inches in the air. These hoops will let you through. They'll wiggle a little away from the ground. At ground level, they got no give. So it's possible he wouldn't have disliked a little promotion on partner there.
I think that's maybe what he was trying to go for there, Ben. I think he was trying to give a bit of an advantage with that blue ball and also with his black ball and get them both into position at the same time.
All right, so he might have gotten a block on red. Looks like he had a chance, a lot of good positions there with black.
And
He could have advanced blue to less of an angle, could have blocked red's hoop shot, giving blue more freedom to try the jump. Sharif has left him alone, but he hasn't once looked at the hoop, so I don't think he sees the juicy jumper.
I don't think he does.
Not playing the Edmund angles. So he's looking at red, trying to see if he can do anything but put him on the short boundary. You can see in the background there behind Andre, sitting down is Roy Morgan, Stephen Morgan's dad, down from Baltimore area. He's enjoying himself, camping out, watching his son in the Shield final there. Andres has come to a decision. Oh, good half ball cut. So he's got red out of there, took away the hoop shot. Got some distance on red, so that's going to be, what, a 9-10 yard clearance? Looks like Sharif has his Morford mallet head on, although he's known to switch mallets quite often, but recognize that anywhere. That's my mallet maker. Recently passed away, but his mallets are still out there winning games. Looks like Andres plays with, I want to say a trimmer. I'm not sure. Does that look like a trimmer to you?
I think it is a trimmer. I did have a closer look up to it after our game that we had, and I believe it is a trimmer.
Great hit. So he's cleared away, but Andres clearing him to the middle of the south boundary meant it was tough for Sharif to get red very far. So we're playing kind of kitty corner here. They're crossing the corner, not 7 yards away, but all within 10 yards. So these are very hittable shots. What would you say the critical distance here is for a lot of the players? We have, the distance at which you're 50% to hit a ball. You think it's at 10 yards?
Maybe a little bit less possible, but well, actually no, maybe a little bit more. Sorry, maybe about between 10 to 12. Maybe
might depend on the match we're watching. Yeah, Fletcher versus Blake tomorrow. I'd guess it's over 10 yards for the critical distance.
Well, from what we were seeing, it might be more.
All right, and this match we'll see. We've had a couple of 10-yard hits. There's another. So at least this short run, I think we're over 50% at these 10-yarders. Great level of play here. You see, nobody's really gotten an easy hoop shot. This was a missing position with that first ball really slowed this hoop down because neither of them has missed from within 10 yards.
And it looks like Sharif looks like he's getting sick of being hidden away. So he's opted for the boundary. Maybe for a possible hoop shot if he gets it.
Yeah, so if he takes position there, blue could possibly hide, and then black is clearing yellow, and Sharif would face another one of those at least 10-yard clearances if black made good contact. So let's see. From my window, I can see that blue is about 1.5 feet south of the hoop, but Sharif's checking out that angle to see how makeable it is. But it looks like red could hit it if he wanted to. So Sharif's trying to speed things up here. I think yellow's going to go for the hoop shot.
If he gets the clearance, I think Sharif will go for a hoop shot here.
All right, so he's pre-cleared blue, so yellow doesn't have to worry about the danger ball.
The danger ball.
It's cleared away.
The next ball, yes.
So now if Andres doesn't put a block on here, Sharif could swing freely with yellow and still have red to take care of black. The real problem would be if yellow misses everything and then red has to defend 2 balls. But maybe he just likes taking 2 bites at the apple here, 2 bites at the cherry. A couple of 7-yard attempts to end this hit fest. Looks like Andres is trying to end it.
Maybe he's going for a hoop shot right here.
Beat Sharif to the punch. So again, that peg is 22.5 degrees, so we're looking at a 15-degree hoop. Nothing too crazy. Big full swing.
And he's
got nailed
it.
it. Fist pump, down low, applause even from the opponent. Sharif knows that was hard-earned. He's looking, see him baring the teeth, so it didn't make hoop 10 as well, I'll tell you that much. There might have been apologies.
Looked close.
Looks like it was close, but eked on by, giving Sharif a nice wide triangle up there to end up wired. We'll see if he's learned the roles of the court yet. This is still game 1. How were you finding familiarity with the court in your matches? Did you get much better at position as play went on?
Compared to my first match, yes. It depends because these courts in front of us are 16 brand new courts. So they've been. It's taken a while to get used to them compared to the 8 that are the original 8 over to our right. But I've been pretty okay. I'm not disappointed with my positioning.
Yeah, over the course of a match, were you finding familiarity with the court you were on? Were you able to predict whether it's hilling right or left on these long lags?
Once I figured out there was a little bit of a curve, I was able to use that somewhat as my advantage.
Okay, so it looks like Sharif has found it, and this is just game 1. So it looks like he got the wire, although 3-4 yards away. Andres has gone for, I think he probably wanted to eke through the hoop.
I think so. Would you have gone for that?
Not these hoops have been too punishing. I really wouldn't want to be stuck there, get jumped, have no play to the next hoop. You know, Sharif can bring in both balls, use one of them to clear blue. If he times it well, Sharif would jump black with red, and then black might not be able to get over to 11, giving Sharif a chance at 2 in a row. He really needs to catch up. So we have I'll give you a sneak preview. Got one of our winning players might be coming up, do some commentary in the booth soon. So stay tuned. Remember to like and subscribe. This is the R Dilly YouTube channel, official channel of the USCA and the WCF World Championships 2024 here at Chesapeake Bay Croquet Club. How have you found Chesapeake Bay, Takiri?
I've had a chance to do a bit of sightseeing when I first came here.
No, I mean, how'd you find it? It's a small part of the map.
It is different. There's not much around here, to be honest. You know, everything's usually in walking distance in New Zealand, but there's not much in walking distance.
Have you walked over to the shooting club?
Yes, only when there's been dinner over there, though.
Okay, haven't had a go with the 12 gauge.
No, but it's
a true American experience.
That was a whole different experience, hearing gunshots while you're playing croquet.
Was that a bit distracting?
It was a little bit. I mean,
more or less than a plane doing some flyovers. What do you think?
Oh, the plane was even more. Yeah, I don't know. Do you get quite a lot of that over here in the States?
No, I've been to Sonoma-Cutrer. We've had hot air balloons in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
They're much quieter. And the gun range, that is a new one for me. I was just playing in Cairo. It was very urban, lots of honking. Thankfully, no guns, even playing in the middle of New York City. No gunfire. But here in Hartfield, Virginia, that was a staple for at least a couple of days of block play. I had to get a little used to that. So we've seen Sharif has timed this well. Black did not manage to get back through at all. So if he jumps this cleanly, he's going to stand a good chance to go up 6-5, despite being down 4-5. There it is. Great hoop.
He raised the mallet for the point.
All right. He wants the referee to score that point for him. Andres has fallen offsides as well. I think he was just trying to come to halfway there because he was coming from far away and he failed to get onside.
Didn't quite judge the lawn, did he, Ben?
No, again, game 1 of a best of 3, as our correspondent Rick told us. It's a best of 3, so maybe by game 2 or game 3, we'll see a bit more precision in the position game. But Sharif looks like he's got a makeable hoop shot there, but he's a little close to black. I'd expect that to get cleared. So what does Andres want to do here?
Looks like he's just coming in for a setup. Maybe right in front of, sort of hampering yellow there.
Yeah, so we talked about shooting the hoop. I'd say second priority is hit a ball. If you're within range and you can hurt the opponent or help your partner, do it. I'd recommend taking a look at the danger ball before partner or spent because play order matters. So Sharif has hit the danger ball there.
Yes, he has hit the danger ball.
He didn't like his hoop shot. He did like that juicy danger ball sitting there 8 yards away. Thought he could make Andres' shot harder. Because we said yellow was a very hittable distance, and so he made that a little tougher. So after hitting a ball, I like to think you want to interfere. So we've talked about getting blocks, wires. So sometimes your position is just in front of the hoop, but often you could block a ball. So I think Andres playing blue in there was trying to get position of the hoop, but not block black's clearance on yellow. He didn't even want to be in line behind yellow for fear that black would hit it. That's part of the benefit of Sharif putting black here is now if black hits yellow on the left half, it might move blue as well. So Andres misses. Now last on that list, we had shoot the hoop, hit a ball, interfere, and take position. I call it my ship list. S-H-I-P.
S-H-I-P.
Shoot, hit, interfere, and position. So Sharif started with position. Andres played a position shot to not interfere with his partner. Then Sharif hit the danger ball, and Andres tried to hit the danger ball. And now Sharif will be shooting what looks like a very makeable, although slightly angled hoop 11 to go up 6-5. What's the power being first to 6, Takiri?
The power of being to 6 is if somehow it happens to go to the golden hoop, or as the local players here in the States like to call it, the hook, you have first shot usually at the 13th.
All right, and we've talked about winning the coin toss gets your first shot at hoop 1, and because that's 21 yards away from the starting spot, if you get position, it's pretty rare you're hit. Usually that critical distance is under 21 yards. Now, hoop 12 to 13, you know how long that is?
No, I do not actually.
I think it's 23 and a half. That's just hoop to hoop. So if you go from level with 12 to position at 13, you're talking 25 yards. So that is a shot that even the best players in this tournament are probably less than 40% at, maybe 33. So you got a good chance that you're going to be left alone if you get first position at 13.
Just while we're on the shot, Ben, the lines have been marked with string. Have you found that quite interesting? I'm not sure if that's how you do it here in the States.
Oh, yeah, that's how I've grown up with it. Sharif scored 11 to go up 6-5 here. He's first to 6. And so for me, the strings are normal. I grew up with the strings. Even the first tournament I played, a 9-wicket hotel tournament with 5.5-inch wide hoops and wooden balls. We had a string pinned down with little wire gardening staples so that you didn't trip on it. And playing American rules, we played with the string. It's real definitive whether the ball is out or not because it's the midpoint of the ball. And with a string, you can always tell whether it's out or not. Part of the problem with chalk lines and the association game is sometimes there's an actual debate and a referee call to figure out if a ball is in or out. Doesn't happen much in GC because being out is not usually critical. It's so I don't mind the chalk line in GC. What about you? Did you find trouble with the strings?
No, I just thought it was when I first came here. I played in the pre-tournament here called the Big Oyster, and I saw the strings, and I just thought it was just an interesting fact to me that they use strings. I would have never thought of using strings as an outline, because everywhere in New Zealand you go, you'll find that the chalk line or painted lines, but yeah.
Allows you some flexibility in theory if you found that again one of those games like American or Association where the boundary is so critical. If you found one of the boundaries was playing really poorly and falling off or really bumpy, you have the freedom within the regulations to move the court. It doesn't have to be exactly 105 feet by 84. It's plus or minus. You could move those strings a little bit. When you move the hoops, it's real easy to just move the strings as well. Whereas with a chalk line, you got to water it, maybe, I don't know, brush it out or something. Or, as we often have in those chalk line tournaments, you got to figure out which of these chalk lines is today's actual boundary. As sometimes can be quite frustrating in AC if you're playing a distance shot and you think you're going to a boundary and you're still an extra yard on the lawn because that was yesterday's boundary.
So would you recommend that everyone uses string lines then?
It depends. I mean, what people like. I know we have put them on spools in Mission Hills with drills. So to pick up the string, you just unhook it from the corner. Yep, use your trigger finger to get the drill, spin in the big old spool, and pull the string in. So it can be quite easy to take it down at the end of the day. Chalk lines you can't really get rid of. So it allows you to put up an extra string if you want to play half courts with club play. So we've seen Sharif run into some adversity here, banging into the backside of the hoop. We're now looking at 12 from the backside, and Andres has 2 balls on the north side, not necessarily runnable, but Sharif has both balls on the south side, which is not generally where you'll want to be to score hoop 12.
Definitely not. He's given Andres the advantage here at hoop 12 by failing a position shot with his red and also hitting the back of the hoop with his yellow and getting stuck behind the hoop, whereas Andres now has much better advantage to get a wire and away from that danger ball, I suppose, as the Americans would say.
Yeah, so it looks like Andres could play a promotion if he wanted blue to hit black into a different position. The standard play would, probably be hit that danger ball, get red out of there. See if black could get in the jaws, as you sometimes dislike. But the real risk here for Sharif is, again, he's got to stay level or south of Andres' balls. That yellow being north of Andres' balls means Andres has an opportunity to flick up to hoop 13. Sharif is fortunate that I think Andres has seen black as unrunnable. If black were in a better position, it's possible Andres could hit yellow and go up to hoop 13.
Andreas is very unhappy with that. There is a possible double clearance that is going to be happening here with Sharif splattering all those balls across the lawn. And with that being said, I will say my goodbye because our finalist Blake Fields is going to come join the commentating table with Ben Ruffman.
Thank you so much, Takiri, for your insights to Edmund and stories about the under-21s. Enjoy your time here, and thank you for your help with the commentating. All right, so here we have 18-year-old Xavier Preparatory, College Preparatory High School senior Blake Fields of Mission Hills Croquet Club. Where is Mission Hills, Blake?
It's in a very hot desert in the middle of California. It's Palm Springs area.
Palm Springs, is that like near West Palm Beach, like people say? Palm Springs, Palm Beach, those same place?
So they're a little similar. The one has water, though, and the other one's on the complete other coast.
All right, so you're hailing from California, Southern California, all the way out here. How'd you feel out there today, playing a best of 5 against K Kamel?
I knew I was going to be in for a tough match. I decided to just be confident, trust myself. I went out there, knew I was going to need to be patient. He's a great player. I knew he was going to hit me a lot, so I was just very careful the entire time. And, I just made sure to close the match whenever I could and never let him get back in there.
Great job. So you saw there when Takiri left us, Andres was unhappy with his position. He left Sharif a great opportunity to clear those balls, and then Sharif scored hoop 12 to go up 1-0. That is 7-5 in game 1 for Sharif. So playing K Kamel, had you ever played him before? You ever seen him play? Or was that a new opponent for you?
Pretty much completely new. The first time I had seen his name was in the last Egyptian Open. I believe you played him, right?
Oh, yeah. He beat me silly and whipped me stupid.
Yeah, so I hadn't seen him play before. I don't know. Was this his first World Championship appearance?
I think he said he played a different one. That might be in our guidebook here. I was trying to keep up on it. It says it's his second participation in the World Croquet Championship. His croquet tip, by the way, enjoy what you do. Do you think he enjoyed what he did today, or did you take that tip more than he did?
I'd say he enjoyed it as best as he possibly could.
All right, he certainly seemed to be a pretty good sportsman about it. Didn't hear any
very nice
yelling.
guy.
Didn't lose his composure. Just kept doing his routine and trying to play his best croquet. There was a little bit of a. Oh, there's Edmund on the phone on the courts. Somebody call a rules official. So there was a little bit of disagreement about a jump shot. Can you tell me what happened there?
Yeah, so we're in game 3. We're at hoop 3. It's 1-1. I'm up 2-0 at that time in the series. And I had about maybe 4-yard, a little bit angled jump shot. And it was almost too perfect, it had seemed. And perfect height, inside wire, straight down to the south boundary down behind 4. From his angle, he wasn't quite sure it had gone through. So we had one of our referees come over and confirm it. And after that, he apologized and recognized the shot, and we moved on. Had a good rest of our game.
All right. It says here he's one of 5 professional croquet players, not teachers, at the Gezira Club in Cairo. He has a Sharif mallet. What mallet were you using out there today against K Kamel?
Using my Morford mallet. It's the only mallet I've ever played since I started. So I've been playing Morford mallets for 10 years now. My first one got retired a few years ago. So this is my second one, and just super comfortable with it. It gets the job done, completely solid. Fortunately, Bob's no longer with us in building mallets, so it's a special mallet to me, and I'm always going to play it as long as I possibly can.
Unfortunately, R.I.P. Bob. Shout out to all our Mission Hills folks and other Morford mallet users. That is a mallet I've used. I'm quite impressed with the speed of your swing and the power that you hit with. You said that's only your second mallet ever? You haven't broken mallets before?
The only thing that I have done with a mallet before when it's broken
You don't have
is,
to answer that.
I broke the shaft one time. It was kind of non-croquet related, unfortunately. So
I'm
there
gonna
might-
I'm
there might have
gonna
been- there was some
I'm gonna need
frustration.
to ask you some follow-up questions.
Yeah, there was a little bit of frustration involved. So unfortunately, not the mallet's fault, but yeah, I mean these mallets, I love them. Gonna play them as much as I possibly can.
Was that a carbon fiber shaft or a wood shaft that,
It was
you
carbon
may have
fiber.
broken in frustration?
Yeah, it was carbon fiber.
All right.
Bob still thinks to this day though that it was because of a hoop.
All right. Well, I'd like to take this opportunity to mention our sponsors, as you can see on the screen. White Tie Croquet. How do you get your whites more white? Add a white tie. PFC Croquet Mallets. Hoopmaker Mallets. They make hoops. Oakley Woods Mallets. He's Don Oakley. He uses woods, and he makes mallets. It's all there in the name, folks. Oakley Woods Mallets. So I believe he's featuring an arrow mallet. Have you had a hit with any of those?
I haven't played the arrow yet. Don was nice enough to build a predator head with me to play with my Morford shaft. So I've been playing the predator head for a little bit now. The meaning of the Morford that I currently play it holds a different type of value. But as soon as that mallet is kind of past its time, I'm going to be switching over to Oakley and playing the predator head. And can't say enough good things about it. It's extremely solid. Don's very good to work with. They make hoops, they make balls, basically everything you need to start your croquet club, or if it's just for your personal self, they got you covered in every way.
All right. Wow. Great plug. I had no idea. It's breaking news here. We got a journalistic scoop. Blake is rocking the Predator head and soon to be repping Oakley Woods as his go-to mallet. I understand you have a performance line of clothing coming out. Can you tell us more about the BFGs?
Yeah, so Stephen and Morgan and I came up with a business idea, BFG. It's performance clothing for croquet. They come in a few different colors. The odd thing about our products is it's $14.99 for a new pair and $19.99 for a used pair. So if they're used, they cost more.
I'd love to ask more follow-up questions, but we've started game 2 here. Okay, Andres, again, having lost game 1, he gets to be first to start game 2. Do you find that unfair if someone wins the toss, they get to start game 1, they lose game 1, and they get to start 2 games in a row? Do you think that is a bit of inequity in croquet that could be addressed?
I've always been kind of open to the idea of it changing to kind of flipping every game with who gets to start. I don't think that even if you lose, you should get to start back-to-back games. So I've always been someone, I mean, the rule right now is not bad. I think we could enhance it and make it better. So I would be open to the idea of switching every single game.
All right, we see Sharif kind of channeling your opponent, K Kamel, there. He kind of had the open stance, kind of trying to get his body lined up by just standing right behind the ball. That was a little different from Sharif. So I want to remind everybody, we are playing a format. We're going to go back to our correspondent in England. Tell us about that format. What are we playing here, Rick?
This is the real croquet.
All right, so real croquet. What type of format are we playing?
Real matches, untimed, best out of 3.
All right, so that's an untimed best out of 3 here for the bowl final. And we're here at Chesapeake Bay Croquet Club. Just a quick word from our host. So, Blake, have you ever been at a croquet club and had trouble finding parking?
I can't say that's ever happened.
Well, we've had some complaints from former users. What's that? So some of our visitors to Croquet Club at Mission Hills, I've heard specifically. Yep. So when there's no place to park, come to Chesapeake Bay Croquet Club. They have fields and fields of parking. Is that a trademark of yours? The fields and fields of parking?
I think it's a sign.
All right. So that's Blake telling you fields and fields of parking here at Chesapeake Bay Croquet. Come on out. Watch the finals tomorrow. Now we've seen a good couple of clears here, and we're going to just have a battle at Hoop 1, it seems. So what prevented a quick score?
We see Andres there cutting yellow or might have been red going off to the boundary behind the hoop. Leaves Sharif in a bit of a tricky situation. We can kind of see what's going to happen in these next few shots. Sharif has to be careful. He can't go in front of the hoop, or else he has to worry about black setting up and blue clearing him to where he has a long clearance to come back at black. So, good start to this game. Nobody's necessarily taking control of this hoop yet. Kind of still going back and forth. Good to see.
Yeah, it looks like Andres didn't really want to play that big style game where you just set up and trust your opponent to clear the 7-yarder. It's possible Sharif had a little block on blue. Andres was worried about hitting him into the hoop, not getting rid of him. So a full reset there with the pre-clear where black cleared the ball that just played. As I was talking with Takiri, do you have names for the opponent balls, for the one that just played, the one that's going to play? What do you call those?
I don't have any names for them.
You just call them by the color?
Yeah.
All right, so Andres did the pre-clear there. Do you like that play on hoops like, let's say, from 4 to 5, where it's a short clear, or 6 to 7? If they get position with the first ball and you're 7 yards away, do you go for that pre-clear?
I do not tend to unless I'm close to, the halfway mark between 4 and 5, and I could just center ball and stay in the kind of area around 5. But if I'm playing good after their first ball, I'm going to put in a setup shot, wait for them to put their ball in, and then take that clearance and try and take offense on the hoop and take advantage of that short clearance between 4 and 5.
All right, so do you want to pretend to be Matt or Sharif, and we can try to figure out what's happening here? So Sharif says, I don't like it there. Move it, Matt. And what is Matt telling him?
I think Matt's telling him that he's not allowed to bring the ball in over the line and get relief, which is probably what I would assume is happening during our match. There was a few times where both of us had brought the ball in, and even if it was only an inch or two, they brought it back onto the line and made sure that we had no advantage on our shots. So I'd assume that's what's still going on, even though it's a little tricky if the strings here, they're a little elevated and you might catch them in a swing. Sometimes a good idea just to put the ball on the line to make sure it stays down.
Okay, so you prefer putting the ball like midway on the line rather than in front where the plane of the line would be behind the ball?
Exactly.
All right, so we're switching cameras here. Sharif did move black, but gave black the short corner. He's got a wide open clear on yellow, and he is cut yellow the way that red cut black. So they're each a little tight here. These 7-yarders are hitting, but I guess we'd say in AC that's a roque.
I mean, that shot good enough to keep the hoop going. He had an opportunity to win that hoop on that clear, but looks like yellow. Something I'd be interested to see here, Ben, is if blue decides to, or if yellow decides to cut blue and go straight to the boundary, or I think even better play is just stop shot blue, or maybe a little bit closer to red and just take a clearance with red, or just set up with yellow. I'm interested to see if he just sets up or actually gets rid of it with red on the boundary.
Yeah, I might try to keep blue in bounds here. Do a little stop shot so that red has a chance to put blue in corner 3 and also make blue's hoop shot much tougher.
Yep.
Looks like he didn't get the center. Neither of them's hitting center, so maybe trusting a stop shot is not what he's going for. Let's see if we can wave to the fans here. We're in the booth on camera. A little too reflective there. Oh, yeah, no, put your head out. I think we can see Blake's. There's Blake. All right, wave to the crowd. There's Blake there in the Sperry Media Center. A new construction here built for the World Championship so that we could have this great elevated view of these 16 courts. Ooh, and Andres not only not on center, but missing one of those short clears. So that was within 10 yards, I think, maybe 12 max. So that was not a shot they were missing when they had that long battle by hoop 9. So each player's got to find their form here. What do you do when you find, on the rare occasions that you find that you're not hitting it center ball, what do you do to get back on track?
I think the first thing when you're not playing good is to, or not necessarily not playing good, but whenever the swing's feeling a little off, I think the best thing to do is just be patient. You just got to continue to trust yourself, although it's hard. You can't get down on yourself. you have to you just have to like channel the times you've played good. Go back to the basics. Be simple. Don't try to play the game in a very like aggressive and hard manner. Just try to be conservative. Focus on your positions. Try to get blocks, short clearances. Just try to limit the big shots you have to hit, and then after all that, you're ahead. You know, you're maybe ahead by 2 hoops, 3 hoops, just from doing that, and then you're able to actually focus on that swing and be confident with it instead of worrying about it under those pressure shots.
All right. Any chance we could get you to distill that into one sentence?
Just play simple and continue to trust it. That's all I got.
All right. I like it. So Andres plays back in, but I think he might have wanted to move one of Sharif's balls, but he missed to the south boundary. Now Sharif's got total control here. If Andres doesn't keep it simple and get that confidence back up, he's going to be down 1-0 in games and 1-0 in points here. So we'll see. This is a pretty big 7-yarder to start out game 2. I have a question here. Your croquet tip in the program, we got failures are part of everyone's greater success. Whose failure contributed to everyone's greater success this week, would you say?
I don't think anyone had any failures this week. I think everything's meant to happen for a reason, and I think that you know, I've had some good matches this week. I wouldn't say any of my opponents failed. There might have been some matches in the draw that would have been a little tougher, but some opponents pulled off some upsets and changed the draw up a little bit. So,
all right, so maybe some of those top seeds, past champions, getting knocked
yeah,
out.
I think a
So
lot
you
of
didn't have to face all them. Is that to the greater success for at least you and the other semifinalists? None of you had been a medalist. Oh no, I think Robert had been a bronze medalist before in this GC Worlds. But yeah, all 4 of you, I think, yeah, your quote might have been prescient. Oh. So Sharif with total control, blocking and protecting partner. Andres goes for the gusto with a, what do you call those shots, Blake? What would you call that line jump that bounces?
The bouncing bomb.
Bouncing bomb, all right.
I think that's what Russ called it in a few of our videos.
All right, the bouncing bomb. For double jump. All right, Sharif's making 1 all the way down, well past 2. I know that's your style too. You like to really make sure it's all the way through. Don't worry too much about stopping short. How close of a hoop shot would you have to consider trying to make it with control down to the next hoop?
So that's one of the things I've been struggling on this week with these hoops is when I've been hitting it hard, these hoops allow you to kind of overpower them at times, but they don't like to be like completely bullied, so you can't hit it extremely hard. But I've tried to hit soft on a few of these.
Would you say you're not hitting your hoops extremely hard?
I've actually backed off the power a little bit since first day of the week.
Okay. Hard to tell from up here.
Yeah, it's a little hard to tell. I just slowed the tempo down a little bit. I'm really focusing on the spin. These hoops, a lot of top spin helps all the time. If you have any other type of spin, that ball kind of seems to hit the inside of the hoop and go out to the side. So, I mean, I've tried hitting soft on these hoops this week, and unfortunately, even from 1 foot, I've missed a few this week trying to hit it soft, and they've just spun out to the side. But back home, you know, I'm pretty confident with anything within a yard, being able to run it in front of the next one. But just to guarantee the hoops being ran, been tending to hit it hard with how tough these are set.
In that scenario, when you miss what is, you know, an eminently makeable hoop shot, what goes on in your head? Are you telling yourself something like El Toro poo-poo, or, you know, what kind of self-talk do you use, you know, to get through a rough patch?
I kind of just tend to just got to continue to fight in the hoop. Even if you miss a hoop shot, you know, I just continue to battle out the hoop. I don't like to give, ooh, that went over the top, it looked like.
Yeah, so it looks like Andres came down with blue but didn't wire from Sharif. But Sharif's 9-yarder just caught one of the bounces on lawn. You can see those dark green dots in lines. Those are those aeration spots we were talking about. They have grown over, but they're just not as level as the rest of the lawn. Oh, and there Andres going for an in-off.
Almost got the in-off.
Yeah, trying to that might have been costly. Had he gone in off, Red would have been first to 3 from a pretty nice position.
That could have been very tricky.
But I think the main goal of that was getting rid of the danger ball, so to speak. And so we have Sharif coming back. Really got to clear black because yellow is far, far away. So what is it that got you through the rough patches? Do you have any one sentence that gets things back on track, or is it keeping it simple and finding that confidence?
I think the best thing to tell yourself is just move on and look forward to having the opportunity to take that shot again.
All right. So sometimes I find it frustrating. You'll miss a short shot and have to hit several much more difficult long shots to earn possibly a not as good attempt later. How do you keep that from affecting your mood?
I think basically just the most important thing is being resilient, just battling back. I don't let it affect me just because I know those are shots that are kind of rare for me to miss. So I just know that they're going to be better next time I am faced with that shot again.
All right. So Andres survives Sharif's swipe with red and scores hoop 2. Sharif lags from all the way in the south boundary, so he's got a makeable shot, but he probably doesn't want to have to shoot that hoop from there, does he?
No, that's not ideal. The good news is that he's in a good position to. That looks like it's going to be short by a lot. That looked like me yesterday. This court he's playing on right now is a little tricky. It's very bumpy, and it's kind of sandy over on that boundary on the west side where he was just hitting from. So I noticed yesterday that going to set up from there, it's very slow going to this position, but then it's very fast going north and south on this court.
Yeah, I found a lot of these courts had a slight uphill from 2 to 3
Yep.
and 12 to 13 as well that you needed to respect because nobody wants to be short to 13.
No, and I made that mistake last night on the same exact court. I was short to 13 first ball in my hoop 13 in game 5. You would think by game 5 you'd have it figured out that this court's slower going that direction.
It's also possible you couldn't really see where position was at that point.
Yeah, a little hard to see the hoops last night finishing up our game. We decided we just wanted to finish out that match last night and not bring it into the morning. We were both playing well and just decided that we were just going to get it done, even if it was in the dark. And everything ended up working out, and then came in this morning and got to start a semi instead of still being in the quarters.
All right, and so you see there, Sharif still went full swing at blue. Had red been in position, that would have given blue a nearly 100-foot shot to try to keep contesting this hoop. But red failing position was huge there, because now he's playing more defense. So talking about last night's semifinal matchup, you went 5 games into the dark with Brian Lozano, last night's quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah.
5 games into the dark with Brian Lozano, who was a pro at Mission Hills, where you live and play. And so you must have battled with him a lot of times. What kind of emotions were going through your head when you could see that it was, between the two of you coming down the stretch to a game to 3, a game to 2, and eventually a 1-point game for a shot in the semis?
Yeah, so throughout that match, it was extremely close the entire way. Going into that was one of those matches that I knew was going to be extremely challenging. Not only is Brian a great player, but he knows my game extremely well. The entire week before the tournament, I was in North Carolina practicing and staying with Brian at his club, and we were playing 3 to 4 games a day. So to come into this tournament and be playing each other after practicing against each other for that long, I knew it was going to be extremely challenging because we just both know each other's games extremely well. So 3 out of our 5 games ended up going to Hoop 13. And it was a battle. And we were both very happy for each other. It was one of those matches where I just wanted both of us to play our best croquet, be happy for whoever moved on. He felt the same way, we all went to dinner last night. So it was kind of hard to take out a friend in that time. But that's just how it is, and the job had to be done, and we were both happy for each other no matter what.
Well, that's great. Shows some great sportsmanship. So here we saw Andre show just how difficult these hoops are. Little bumps. He hit one stanchion and went from 4 yards in front to the sideline 7 yards away. Sharif's got an opportunity here.
That's good enough.
Oh, what did he say? He was nodding about something. And it wasn't that he made the hoop, though. So it looks like he flicked off blue. Now Andres needs to hit a 7-yarder to stay alive here at hoop 3. So we've had some questions, Blake, about your performance gear. Does it help your swing to wear the BFG's performance gear?
I'd say this week it's been a major part of my success. I feel like Stephen Morgan's the person to talk to about all of our BFG performance gear. So if any of you have any questions about it, be sure to contact Stephen. Hit him up on Instagram. You know, just contact him, ask him some questions. He'll be glad to help you.
Yeah, and if you're done talking about BFGs, I know he's a Swiftie. He'd love to talk about Taylor Swift at any opportunity. So all of you, next time you see Stephen, say, hey, what's going on with Taylor these days? And he'd love to chat with you about it. It's a large part of his life.
He actually brought up to me earlier in the week that before all of his big matches, he listens to Taylor Swift as kind of his pump-up song. He said it gets him in the zone.
Well, I'm certainly glad you and Brian don't have any bad blood. As Andres makes another nice clear here to stay alive, Sharif gets an opportunity to come back into play that after that red ball flicked off.
That ball looks like it's going to be much... Ooh.
Oh, he's banged into the hoop, though. So that might not be the worst place to be. There's nowhere really Andres can hide that he's a threat to score the hoop. And Sharif is close enough to maybe put his ball in one of those 4-inch positions. Were you utilizing any of that close position game, or were you constantly playing the 3-4 yard hoop shots?
So with these courts, I'm still kind of trying to, even though it's 8 days in, I still haven't found necessarily the speed of these lawns. It seems that every court I go to play on is a different speed than the one I just came from. So earlier in the week, I was trying to get close position, and I was tending to go past the hoop and end up without a hoop shot. So I adjusted, and now the swing's feeling good. I'm running hoops pretty well. So it's a nice clearance right there off the boundary. So yeah, I've been just going back to longer hoop shots, at least give myself that opportunity to shoot at the hoop instead of being past the hoop and not being able to shoot at anything.
Well, it certainly served you well. We'll see if Sharif's bet on the close-up shot can pay off. Again, as you said, he got a good clearance there, the good half of the black ball, so yellow sticks around. It looks like Andres is preparing for a possible jump. Doesn't want to be too close there. You go to perfect jump position, and red will just stop shot you away. But he wants to be there where the jump is possible, because it looks like Sharif is just going to play into a 6-inch position where I'd like to think he's hoping to run 3 down to 4 with control.
Yeah, and that blue ball's in a very important position. Some people think that he just hit the ball in front of the hoop there with blue, just to give himself a hoop shot. But there was a lot more that went into that shot with blue. He's far enough back to where if red just tapped right in front of the hoop, yellow wouldn't be able to clear blue to a wired spot to where it couldn't see red. And here we're going to see yellow take that clearance. Ooh. So yeah, blue's only able to be cleared to kind of right there on the boundary. But if he's closer to the hoop, that ball would be much further south.
So I'm not sure if that was dead center, maybe a little right of center, but because Sharif's ball caught so much air, it ended up a good 10 yards, nope, at least a good 6 yards farther away than the yellow ball. Oh, no, it was fortunate. The boundary saved him. So everything's kind of been reset. Red has been cleared away to probably unrunnable position, certainly not an enviable position. And we're going to have another reset here in front of the hoop. So what do you think? What's your prediction here for game 2, Blake? Who do you think is going to take it? We're at 1-1. We got a long battle at hoop 3. Everybody's starting to hit their 7 to 10 yarders.
I believe when I got here, Sharif was down 4-1, and he came back to win that first game. So I think he has the momentum coming right now. Sharif's hitting well, and Andres is hitting pretty well. So in this game, I'm going to take Sharif 7-6.
Sharif, 7-6, Sharif at the hook. All right. So let's see. Andres can just get 2 balls as a threat. Maybe see if he can block for blue. But that looks well short.
That's
So
very short.
you're not the only one that was struggling with the speed here. This is game 2 for them, and it looks like they're still trying to calibrate. So what do you tell yourself when you're still searching for the speed? How do you get dialed in?
It's just take more time, be slower. Instead of just aiming in a general direction for your setup shots, pick an actual spot to put your ball on. So that way you're very focused on where you're actually trying to get your ball to be instead of just in a general area. So yeah, just focus more, take more time, and tends to be better most of the time.
All right, maybe we had a real deceptive camera angle there, but it looks like Andres just passed up a makeable angled hoop shot. Might have been up to 45 degrees. He's just stopped red away, so he's got 2 balls near the hoop, although I don't think Black's in good position. Have you had any luck with the 1 to 2 yard, 45-degree hoop shots?
Yeah, so throughout the week, I've got a
Oh,
lot
it looks
more
like,
comfortable.
did Sharif? No, he did not get the in off. All right. Thought for a moment Andreas was lining up for hoop 4, but
Fortunately, it looks like where Sharif went down south. So Black, I'm pretty sure, has a wire from red, which means we're going to have to see a clearance from yellow here. If he doesn't get this clearance, it could be very bad for the rest of this hoop.
all right. And you were saying with your 45-degree hoop shots, are you shooting those just on the ground at pace with spin, or are you trying to jump a little? What do you do to get through when it's a severe angle?
So I think I've been hitting them with a lot of pace and spin. I've been kind of trying to just power through the hoop. Whenever I hit hard, my ball is not on the ground and it has a little bit of a jump just by itself. I think with these hoops, you want to be probably an inch off the ground, maybe 2 inches. If you hit it flat on the ground, the stanchions down there, the carrots as some will call, are going to reject and just put that ball right back towards you. And yeah, so it's just very crucial to get that ball off the ground a little bit.
Do your hoops back in Mission Hills play similarly on the 45-degree angle? You play that same normal swing with that 1-inch lift?
I would say the swing's the same. I'm able to run hoops more consistently there just because I've been playing them forever and I'm kind of used to them. These quadways are very challenging, and especially when they're set in this firm ground at this club, they become very hard to run, and if you're not extremely precise, that ball's not going to go through. It's been a challenge for everyone this week, and I think just the people that have made it furthest were the people that got comfortable with the hoops the quickest. Coming from like places in Egypt, the hoops are completely different compared to these. So there was just a bunch of adapting that had to be done for people to be able to run these.
All right. So Sharif had looked like a really nice position with red. It might be angled, and he's missed one of those critical 7-yarders. What would you say, these top players that are still playing late in the week here, what do you think their percentages are for like hitting a 7-yard clearance?
I'd say a 7-yard clearance should be around 70 to 80%.
All right. Do you think you were above that mark today with your match?
I'd say today I was. Hopefully tomorrow I'm at that same percentage or even higher. It's a nice hoop shot there.
Wow, great job. That was, 4 yards?
Makes it 2-1.
Relatively straight. 2-1 for Andres. So don't call it a comeback. But he's got a slight lead here on Sharif in game 2. And Sharif playing that critical first ball down, should be able to get control. And it looks like he's
Very
about
good.
2 yards in front. So that's going to put a lot of pressure on Andres to hit one of these.
Yeah, so I've been interested to see if he has a double with one of these balls. It looks like Blue might have a double target. And Sharif threw the peg at the floor. And that time it lands in the court.
All right, little knife play from Sharif. Good fun.
Black is a little bit to the side of the hoop. So I think Sharif's going to be coming down and looking for a block. There's a hill about halfway on this court, and you'll see the ball kind of start trailing off to the right there. And it's a little bit uphill, so that ball kind of tends to die down coming down here. And this was actually probably the most tricky hoop to set up to on this entire court.
All right, yeah, you can see a little bit of those ridges here from this camera angle. It looks like a little left of Andres. It goes downhill away from Andres. So they were coming up the hill a little bit.
Yes.
That might be why yellow well short of that blocking position. Andres going for it. But just misses red on the right. You think that might have caught ridge? Does the ridge break left to right there, or was that just a bad swing?
That ridge breaks right.
The way Andres was looking at it?
Yeah, I'd
Okay.
say the court might have had something to do with that. It's kind of hard to tell from here. But yeah, just all those little green patches right there behind the yellow ball, just short of it, between 3 and 4, where it kind of turns green. There's a big ridge there, and it kind of goes left and right and wobbles a little bit.
You think the green part's the low part, maybe?
Yep, the green
All
part's
right.
probably the low part that just accumulates all that rain.
All right, so
And
Andres
2-2.
unable to string 2 hoops together despite a great shot at 3 running down a good 6 yards past hoop 3. And now we're at the very defensible hoop 5. So Sharif with yellow's going to be just 7 yards away from good position at 5. And red is going to be 10, 12 yards away. Now this is where I got a critical question for you here. Is this worth a pre-clear? You got a longer shot with red.
Absolutely right here. I'm trying to clear this in the center and
Yeah.
stay relevant at this hoop.
Yeah, looks like Sharif's going at a medium pace. No, it's a pretty big pace. He got a good amount of center, but he's off the west boundary. So that just resets things. At least force your opponent to get position twice in a row, but looks like he's going to have to hit a 12, 13-yarder with one of these balls to stay in contention.
I think another thing about that last hoop is seeing that black ball off to the side and not being runnable at hoop 4. That clearance with blue on red, it's one of those things where you're thinking in your head, if I hit this ball, I'm still not able to win this hoop immediately, when you know that you missed an opportunity to set up. And then if you hit that clearance, you have a ball in front to run a hoop with, so it's putting the pressure on your opponent. So it almost just makes the shot seem like it's not worth as much, which sometimes tends, that's interesting.
So seemingly an unintentional cuddle might save Sharif having to hit a 13-yarder, though.
If black gets position here, I think Sharif would have to shoot at black.
So forcing Andres to get position 3 shots in a row.
And
Looks like
now we
he
have a
got
miss.
2 out of 3 horseshoes and hand grenades, I'm told, Blake.
Yeah, this.
What's the similarity there?
This is just gonna create a big problem.
I believe the saying goes, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. So close, you got 2 out of 3.
The score for my match earlier was 7-4, 7-4, 7-1 for the people asking in the comment
All right.
section.
Thank you for checking in, Ali Salam. So 7-4, 7-4, 7-1 was the best of 5 semifinal score for Blake Fields and Khalid Kamel. You can find that at croquetscores.com. It's right there in the name. If you want the scores to croquet games, check out croquetscores.com. Thank you, Tim Murphy, and all the scorers here. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the manager here. You can see in the back, sitting in the middle there, with the white Tilly hat on and glasses, getting some well-earned relaxation, is Jeff Sue, who's been managing 80 players on 23 lawns for, what is this, day 8? So he has done a great amount of work to make sure that we all had places to play, knew where we had to be at the right time, and looks like we're going to get this tournament finished on time, despite some of the blocks taking a long time to come to completion. So thank you, Jeff, and his assistants, Elaine and Lee. Thank you to the referees, all the volunteers, and the Chesapeake Bay Croquet Club. If you're having trouble parking, you won't at Chesapeake Bay. Come on down. Watch the finals tomorrow. So what do you think Sharif is trying to do here? He's got 3 balls kind of cuddled.
We got black to play, it looks like.
Red, I think. Sharif is red
Sharif's
and yellow.
Okay, we got red to play. It's interesting to see if that ball's in contact. If it is, I think looks like it's going to be in contact.
All right, so yeah, in contact, he can play into it with
Maybe
less
not.
chance of a double tap. But it looks like he's just trying to keep blue and black pretty well stymied. We're going to end up with like an AC worm cannon in GC.
Yeah, so I'm kind of interested to see if he has the opportunity to hit the right side of black and possibly get blue and kind of like a combo. But I think he has to worry about a double tap and his balls being kind of jammed in between.
One of our referees, Matt Griffith, out there. You can see in the background Steven Jackson sitting down with the white ball cap, getting some well-deserved rest as there's no longer 23 matches going on at one time. So the responsibilities have eased a bit in this Friday afternoon. 63 degrees and sunny here in Hartfield, Virginia. Let's throw to another one of those BFG sponsors. So, Blake, tell us more about that performance gear line you got coming out.
We're going to be releasing it pretty soon, hopefully. It's been kind of like the highlight of this week. But
the highlight of your week has been your performance gear release. Wow. This kid is really focused. We may have not had this in our guesses, but it sounds like he expected to be in the finals all week. So how has the R&D process been? Did you spend a lot of time trying out different materials?
I mean, I feel like this week it's kind of been like it's kind of been our trial run. But I'm interested to see what black does here. Looks like black's going to be going deep because it looks like yellow does not have a hoop shot.
Is this a soft launch or a hard launch? What do you think?
It's a soft launch. It's still a work in progress. We need Steven to get back working after this tournament and finally get the product developed.
Test those used products?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So now we saw Sharif solve the problem there. He played a little drive shot, we might call it, in AC, mostly moving the black ball. We've got a couple of clearances back and forth, and now Andres probably just coming back to position here, or does he have to clear? Looks like he's just playing back to position. Red not a threat. Yellow might even not be much of a threat to run. Looks like a good shot. Got a block there. Makes Sharif's clearance a little tougher.
I think we're going to see Sharif. It's kind of hard to tell if yellow's runnable. Looks like blue's a good hoop shot. Black's a little deeper, but has a hoop shot. So, yeah, kind of expected Sharif to turn around and hit it black.
Just clear that danger ball out.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see here is a clearance on black. Black, but he got the wrong side of that. He would have preferred to be in the position that black is in with his red ball.
Yeah, if red and black were swapped, then black trying to clear yellow has a good chance of hitting yellow right into blue, yeah?
Yes.
But from where it is, looks like Andres can possibly control yellow's destiny with a good swing. And he's going to have a look at it too. I'm not sure what he thinks yellow can do from there other than stop shot blue. I assume he likes blue's hoop shot. See if he does a big swing here, or he might just be lagging in to try to get control. All right.
I think one of the problems there is if he decided to go with a clear at yellow and he misses, yellow has that easy stop shot on the blue ball. So we're going to see Sharif here taking an actually, it looks like a little bit of a jump shot.
Just
must be slightly blocked. And he ran it.
All right. Got a quick camera change, but it's good. See, the applause lets you know. Didn't get all the way down to 6, but he did take a 3-2 lead there. So Sharif now from down 2-1 to up 3-2. A little swing there at 4 and 5.
And blue looks like it's fairly short.
All right, if one is trying to avoid the peg here, which way is the court going to break for that yellow and black ball? If they have to go near the peg, which side do they need to
They're going to want to go on the right side.
All right, so is it going to break to the right away from the peg, or they go right and they'll curve left as they settle into 6?
It's going to curve left around the peg here. It's pretty slow going up the middles. As you see, red's very short as well.
Another inappropriate cuddle? Unintentional cuddle?
Yeah, so black's position here is going to be very crucial. If black has a good setup here, then blue has that easy stop shot there on red.
Oh, it does break left. You can see that black ball nowhere near position.
That ball probably broke, it looked like, about a yard to the left. Sharif here looks like he's swinging at blue.
Yeah.
Or maybe he has a double and hoop and blue, or maybe he's just shooting a hoop.
I think it's just blue. I think he didn't want blue to even have an angled hoop shot.
He might have got the wire.
The wire on red? Yeah, if blue was already angled, I think red is going to be significantly angled. It's hard to tell from here, but I'm guessing red's at that 45-degree angle, where
this could
at
be
least red is protected from getting cleared, but I don't think red is running that hoop.
Yeah, so if red is runnable and isn't blocked, we have yellow on sides over at 7. Judging from this, it looks like he's just going to step in front. And
Oh, no, he's going for some sort of block. So, yeah, maybe blue couldn't see red because of black. So maybe blue's there to
I think we're
going to
get a stop shot on blue here.
Yeah, neither angle really helps us
Stop
know
shot
what's going on.
Stop shot on blue. Make sure black has no win off.
All right, do you like the
no stop
cross
shot.
wire here ever from red? Just to stay in the mix?
I think the crosswire would be a fair play.
Or do you like having a deep hoop shot?
I would probably be doing what he's doing and setting up in front, and then, no?
You know, he's stop shotting away, but not a very good stop shot. Again, these lawns, tough to keep that ball down on the ground, trying to keep it flat.
Yeah, there's a lot of times when it's jumping off the ground, either when you're hitting it, or I don't know if it's because of the new balls that we're playing with, or if it's because of the courts that whenever you make contact with the ball, it seems to kind of jump off of it and doesn't really stay flat and onto the ground.
So here we've got blue being the first one back into real contention. Sharif coming from near corner 3. Have a bit of a reset, see who gets the first clearance. All right, in the chat, they want us to do it, Blake. How are you introduced to croquet?
By the other person that's commentating with me right now. Growing up at Mission Hills, I was around the club. Grandpa lives right next to Court 1 at Mission Hills. Ben was our pro during that time, and I was over there very curious and decided that I wanted to try croquet. And my first introduction to croquet was being beat by Ben while he was playing backwards and probably one-handed at the time.
I think I may have waited until you knew how to play to do that. But so it looks like Sharif quite upset there because he was very close to the hoop and thought he could get a good block on Andres. Andres got a Andres got a pre-clear on red with black. And then Sharif didn't get the block, but Andres failed to capitalize on Sharif's fail. So I remember teaching some, B-level players and having a little 7 or 8-year-old over there telling me, shouldn't red clear black instead of going to position and letting black shoot the hoop? And so Blake was trying to teach the class that he had never taken himself, at which point I decided, all right, if I just present the game to the kid and don't give him bad information, we probably don't have to do a whole lot of work here. He was working out the tactics for himself. You were already a golfer, weren't you?
Yeah, that's what I was. I was currently golfing at the time, playing a lot of golf tournaments.
Driving the cart?
Yeah, just realized
at 7,
golf.
8?
Possibly. It looks like Sharif just went for the jaws and it hilled off to the left.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. But yeah, so you were playing golf. You came back from golf, sat in the golf cart in front of Grandpa's house and watched croquet, and we put a mallet in your hands, and you were already a tactician. I remember it as at least I played with you for fun, not trying very hard, but it wasn't until you learned the game and really said, I want to play you. And that's when I said, okay, fine. But we'll do backwards, one-handed, left-handed, one-footed. And,
yeah, it made it close.
And, we worked on your composure because you had to keep your composure despite being very upset that you were losing to somebody playing backwards, one-handed, one-footed, left-handed.
Yeah, it was a little challenging being beaten that way, but.
All right, and then I was not there for long. I was there for a couple years of your start. I certainly didn't get to see the full development of the classic Fields big swing. Oh, speaking of big swings, Sharif's hopping to the right of that ball and has lost control of Hoop 6, it seems. Who helped you after I was gone get to this tournament level?
Very important people. We had a guy named Mick Grigsby at the club, English guy, and he...
A bloke, I'm told.
Yeah, he helped develop my game a lot when I was younger. And then we got Wayne Davies. He got me into a lot of AC. and we started playing together and challenging each other a lot of the time. And later on, started playing doubles with Sharif. We won a national title. And then the person that's been kind of extremely important these last few years, not only in croquet, but just my life, bettering me as a person and helping me with my mentality, just with everything. Has been
Blake,
Mohammed
you're
Kamal.
giving me too much credit here.
Yeah, yeah. Like you said, you were only there for a little bit. But we have Mohammed Kamal, who played in this tournament. He's also a member at Mission Hills, lives in Pasadena, a few hours away. He's just been extremely important for my career in croquet so far, whether it's tactics. Ben and I were just talking last night about a shot we had seen him hit earlier in the week, and it was giving yourself an in-off off of your partner ball and actually just doing an in-off off your partner. Not many people ever do it. Mohammed taught that to me, I think probably a year or two ago, and when we brought it up last night, I think Ben said that it was Mohammed that had taught him that, and it's one of the things that I've been incorporating into my game. So yeah, just Mohammed, when it comes to tactics, mentality, just been extremely important. No one's necessarily developed with me with my swing. That's kind of just been natural as it goes. But yeah, just Mohammed, Ben, everyone else that I mentioned, all the members of Mission Hills, just extremely important.
All right. Glad to hear about where you come from. We saw Sharif hit a mid-paced, very important clear there at 6 to not give Andres total control. So red was able to clear black and stick around. So now we'll see if red can use that nearby position and leverage it. Let's see. He flicked off, I don't know, 10, 12 yards away. At least he's not on the boundary or in the corner. His normal pace might have left him. Don't know if he can see black. Might have to go for the hoop here.
Ooh.
Yeah, went for the hoop.
And offsides, unfortunately.
Good swing. Just unfortunate result. I think yellow might have unintentionally, blocked red from that black ball. So that was an unfortunate result as yellow was grabbing position from down near hoop 4. That was just a fairly imprecise position shot there where he unintentionally blocked his own clearance shot. And now Sharif gets to be first to 7 at 3-all.
And
so
that looks short.
Oof. Short to 7.
In the back, we see Edmund Fordyce. I believe he just won the bowl final.
Yeah, we were commenting on that earlier with Takiri King over Stephen Morgan. Edmund with some just amazing hoop shots, running from distance at pace. Reminds us of a young Blake Fields. Never saw a hoop that he didn't think he could make, and running them at pace despite everybody else making them look very difficult. At your pace, it looks trivial. And so here Sharif is now playing from the penalty spot. He's offside. See if he can help yellow. No. But looks like decent position for red.
I think we're just going to see black come in here with a setup shot, and then it's going to be up to yellow.
Yeah, blue is on the corner side of yellow, so yellow can't clear blue very far. That's also looks really
short.
From the booth, it's not as bad as it looks from here. It's possible. Another camera view, we might be able to tell the distance is better. When we're really zoomed in on these cameras, flattens out the image, so we don't really have depth perception here. Can't tell which ball's a threat to make it. I'm pretty sure red is a threat to make it, so Andres has got to hit red or go for the hoop here. Looks like he's going for red. Andres is a lawyer in Madrid and a top-ranked Spanish croquet player. Did you get an opportunity to play him when you were over in Spain?
I did not get an opportunity to play him there. That's a nice center ball clearance, even with the bounces.
Yeah, he managed to land just before contact, giving up a lot of that momentum. It's hard to guess how hard to hit to end up landing right before contact.
Yeah, so I did not get to play him. I've never played him or his brother.
Which brother?
I did play, Manuel. I did get to play Jose this week. He was the second seed in my block. That was my second match on the first day.
Jose, also known as Fito.
Yes.
I believe there are many Joses in Spanish croquet world, so it's good to have nicknames.
Yeah, there's a lot. So I was able to get a win against Jose earlier in the week, which kind of built some confidence early on. He's a great player. Just there, that's a good camera angle.
All right, now we can see, yeah, black's a threat, red not so much. Sharif's going to go put a ball in. So how did the match with Fito go? He was playing really well. He made the knockout.
Yeah, he was playing very well. He took game 1. I was able to find my groove in game 2. Started feeling confident. Swing felt good. And then game 3, just a battle back and forth. But yeah, he came into the week off a few very nice wins in tournaments. He took a first-round win over Greg Fletcher in the playoffs, and then Robert got revenge, I guess, for his brother in the second round.
All right.
But yeah, Jose.
Nobody beats my brother but me, I guess.
Yeah.
Was Robert's stance there. He took out Jose Alvarez-Sala 7-5, 7-5. Yeah, Robert's only dropped the one game, I think, so far. But if anybody's got a chance to get him to drop some more, I think it's you, Blake.
Yeah, looking forward to that in the morning.
So I had the good fortune to play Andres while we were at the Spanish GC Open, I believe it was March of last year, outside Madrid.
Yep.
And Andres and his brothers were very hospitable, helped give me rides from downtown up to the Real Hípica Española Sociedad, where they had the tournament. And I played Andres, I believe, in the third place match after losing to Reg. Best of 19, where I think he got me like 10-8 or something in the end. Very solid player, and he's got jumps. So if this is a jump, he could make it. Looks like he might be able to sneak by. Oh no, it's a jump. Here it is.
The hands. Yeah, seen this a lot this week, and yeah, he's been very consistent with it. If he 3-3, big shower here in the game.
Yeah, our producer Paul said he jumped really well against him. Oh, he hit the hoop about ball and a half in the air, but more right stanchion than left. Hitting that near stanchion first is tough. So that'll give Sharif. You think he's gonna try to bang it through from here, or is Sharif gonna play a control game?
I don't remember where Blue's at. If Blue
can't see it from the booth, but it's possible Blue could knock a ball out of the jaws.
I think it looks like.
Yeah, so he's just having to go.
That might be a very nice run down to 8.
All right. Oh, no, Blue couldn't have knocked him out, but had he bounced back, it might have been an in-off for Blue. Just didn't want to mess around anymore. Take the 4-3 lead. Up a game, up 4-3. Close enough to control hoop 8. Do you like shooting hoop 8 from there? If you're up 4-3, get yourself a 9-yard, 10-yard hoop shot?
If you're able to get a good position with red, I think take that clearance with yellow. If red's not in position, I'd say just full send, shoot the hoop. If you see it, just shoot it. But it looks like he also might have a possible in off of Blue to run the hoop as well.
Okay, a little make sure the opponent ball is cleared and see if you get a little gravy, a little icing on the cake there.
Yeah, so this red shot's going to be very important. He'll be able to take control of that hoop if this ball is close with that clearance on Blue.
Yeah, do you remember if it breaks right to left here, left to right? What are we looking at?
Breaks right.
All right. So it looks like red managed to stay on the high side, didn't break too much to the right. So red's a makeable hoop shot. Sealing this is a clear on Blue. See if maybe you
I think
follow.
This is a possible in-off.
In-off with a follow. You probably, are you aiming for the right part of Blue or just center ball, hope it spins right maybe?
Right side of Blue.
All right, so you're going for a cut here. Let's see. Center ball. Don't know if he wired Blue from red, but I find it tough when we got these fences and you can't really stalk the ball. If you may have noticed, I will walk on your court all day to get a good stalk. Have you found the fences when you're on a boundary court a problem in that it shortens your stalking distance?
I haven't necessarily found that problem, but the problem I did find with them is my backswing. A few times the fences were a little bit too close, and Mallet was hitting the fence in my backswing. So that was kind of one of the problems I ran into.
Oh, that was how Sharif got injured at the GC World Teams in Johannesburg in 2012. He hung up his mallet, and it hurt his finger so bad he switched to standard grip. It's like the one GC teams that we didn't have a sub, and so he played the rest of the tournament with what was at least a sprained finger, if not worse. But yeah, be careful. Certainly, if there are fences on your court tomorrow, don't get hung up. That's probably a little less problematic. Are your Solomon grip?
Yes.
All right, so at least
Nice hoop shot right
your
there.
wrist and fingers aren't quite at risk like Sharif with his Irish/Egyptian grip. A great hoop by Sharif. He survived Andres' clearance attempt. Now he's strung two together, up 5-3, but this, I believe, is the honeycut gambit.
Yeah, 5-3 down, first ball to 9. It's the Danny special. He told us, I think, that he would rather be in this position than 4-4 and your opponent going first.
All right, so we'll see if it works out for Andres.
Yellow's a great ball, black's runnable.
Yeah,
We got two good positions.
Wishing Danny great health. No, he had some medical concerns, had to drop out of Group G this week after a couple games. So hope he's doing well and hope to see him on the croquet lawn soon. So the honeycut gambit is at play.
Blue, I
he
think,
did
is gonna
get
be
good
short.
position. He got good position with black, though. That was the critical one, but that is quite disappointing. You would hope to at least be somewhere south of the hoop.
Yeah, especially after we were just talking about that ridge in the middle of the court there on that side, and
I guess he can't hear us.
yeah, so you guys might be thinking, how are they in 3/4 of a way through game 2 and still not able to hit position? I was 5 games in last night and still couldn't hit position on this court. So
Great
it's not
shot.
necessarily always the players. Good clearance by Sharif there. And
that-
now he's
that might-
really going to be regretting not having blue in position.
Might blow up the gambit there. That's a great clear by Sharif from at least, was that the ball that ran?
The ball that ran 8.
So that's about a 14-yarder there. Nice center ball clear.
He needs to hit this to stay in the hoop. And
Yeah, I'm willing
can't
to
go down 6-3.
I'm willing to bet, Andre's position from 7 to 8 was not bad. He put himself, 2-3 yards in front. I think that the speed through that green grass, looking lush there by the peg. We got ridges and we got some actual green grass. So that long distance position shot by Andres was just a lot slower speed than he was used to. A good hit. Should keep this hoop in play, keep the gambit alive.
I think we're going to see Sharif just setting up here, making sure that blue can't cut him and go off to the boundary. And the best blue could do is give him a straight shot off the boundary.
Okay, so that means short of the hoop?
Yeah, I'm thinking
He doesn't want to
short
be
and
straight in front?
west of the hoop. I mean,
He's just going close.
he just went close.
Not everybody likes the 3-yard hoop shots the way you like them, Blake.
No,
I agree. At the sand courts, that might be the way to go, but I think these players a bit more afraid of getting bounced out. And look,
that
Andre
might be
got that
bad.
half.
I don't
got
think
that
he got
half.
off the lawn.
Oh, now what's the risk there?
I think the risk is red sits up in front of the hoop right now.
And because blue is not on the lawn,
that is a good shot. And
what's
now
happening to
yellow's
blue?
going to take that clearance on blue. Yeah, it's definitely on the lawn with yellow behind it. So I think we're going to either see a shot at red with black here. And yeah, that's a very short, easy clearance. Sharif
Yeah.
will be able to center ball it, stay at this hoop.
So-
So we got to see a clearance here. And the problem is that even if he does clear this, Sharif still is going to just center ball and be in position with yellow. So
Yeah.
some work cut out here, 5-3 down.
Yeah, so I think he hit it at the right angle, but he didn't have enough momentum there. Bigger swing might have got him on the boundary with a straight shot at the hoop.
Yes.
And yeah, even if he clears red, at least he makes Sharif do two things with his shot. He's got to clear blue and maintain position to really put the pressure on. But this is a clutch shot.
And that's
Down
off.
5-3, misses to the right. This is going to give Sharif that 6th point. I think the honeycut gambit's officially off.
I think we're getting closer to it. It's going to be a very important shot with blue here. You do not want to be down 6-3 and down a game. My prediction of 7-6 is...
I mean, down 6-3, down a game, sometimes that's right where you want him, Blake.
Sometimes. And he hopefully did not hit red. That looked like it was a close angle.
He shanked it, so we're looking at a 12-yarder, but he's laughing. He's feeling all right. A 12-yarder at red instead of, he was hoping to put that on the west boundary, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I
Would've
mean,
been
big
pretty-
clearance here. He could get right back in this hoop, and the game gets back on.
All right. Yeah, it would have been pretty foolhardy to try to flick off
And
towards
he's
10
staring
somehow.
at us, giving us a thumbs up and getting
Hey,
out of
Sharif.
our way. Big clearance here. Needs to hit this.
Sharif again, pro in Bonita Bay Club and the Wildcat Cliffs and Height Hampton in North Carolina in the summer. So shout out to Sharif's clubs. Hopefully watching on the live stream or
And-
catching us on YouTube. Remember, like and subscribe to our Daily Croquet. Blake, you got any gifts for our subscribers?
You know, I think we might maybe team up with Russ. And if you guys subscribe and like the video, you know, a pair of BFGs might be coming your way in the near future.
Now, my question is, will these be new or the sought-after used BFGs?
They'll be used, but by Stephen Morgan.
Put some Steven on your Steven.
And you will have a signed pair of BFGs from Stephen Morgan. But you just have to like and subscribe to the channel, press the bell, turn on notifications, and Sharif's up 6-3.
I knew you'd be good at the like and subscribe bit. Yeah, put some Stevens on your Steven. I mean, my question is, where does he sign? Yeah, where does he sign?
Again, before you sign off, I'm going to pop this graphic, and I want you to discuss that.
Okay, so Andres first to 10, but Sharif now up 6-3. Even if Andres plays well here, Sharif will be the first to 11, the first to 12, and critically the first to 13. So
Yellow's very short, and from this angle, it looks like black might be a little difficult to run.
yeah, it looks like black is level with hoop 6, so it's at least 3.5 yards.
They both might be better than they look. Blue looks like a good ball.
Yeah, we have a sideways view from the booth here, and it looks like yellow is about 4 feet south of the hoop, and blue's about a yard south of the hoop. So they might
And
both be at
that's
45s.
A nice block, it looks
Might
like.
just be a trick of the camera.
Looks like a nice block coming in here. If yellow's runnable,
That could be a big shot to protect the game. Looks like Andres might be going for a combo-licious. Try to hit red onto yellow. See if he can move yellow, give it more angle.
my call is red into yellow into blue, and every ball resets at the hoop.
All right, can we see all 4 balls move? Oh, he's overcut it. Don't know if Andres plays AC, so that's a shot that might be a little bit more comfortable for an AC player than
It is
a
a good
GC
shot, though.
player.
Yellow's not runnable. Yellow has to put a stop shot in here. Blue's able to set back up, and black has that short clearance right there on yellow.
Black had a good stop, so black is nice and close. Blue could even wire from red to avoid the pre-clear.
Absolutely. I think wiring behind yellow.
Yeah, not.
And black gets that center ball clearance. He's over to 11, puts the pressure on Sharif, and he can be right back in this game.
All right, so
That looks like a good ball.
reverse block.
It might be a little long. I don't think either one of them.
Yeah,
are
it
an
looks like
easy
he's
run.
only a foot south of the hoop, so that's at least 3 feet to the left, 1 foot south. I don't think blue's runnable. Sharif finally found the
And
high side of the
Sharif
ridge.
Actually got the block on yellow.
All right, so now yellow can't be easily cleared. See Patricio Garay Jr. back there dancing sachet away. Must be
I believe
playing
that's
well.
the other semifinal of this.
That's the plate. This is the bull final.
Got it.
There are 2 plate semifinals
that's
going on
the
back
plate
there.
semifinal, and then we got the final here. Okay.
All right, we'll see if he goes for combo. He got the combo and the stop
Black
shot.
in front. Very,
All right.
very nice shot.
He has hit the ball that just played into the ball that's about to play while stopping in position. That is accomplishing a lot of things with one shot. That could turn the tide here, give him control 10. Sharif says, not yet.
Galpin won one of the 2 semifinals.
All right, we got news that James Galpin of England and world traveler on a merchant marine vessel has won one of the plate semifinals, so he will be meeting the winner of the 2 Spaniards playing out there, Patricio Garay Jr. and Manuel Alvarez-Sala, the other Sala brother that you have yet to play. Oh, unfortunate there. Looks like Andres trying to
We have a
capitalize.
possible in-off.
Yeah, trying to capitalize on his great position. No, the other camera was better. Sharif might hit an in-off here. We won't know except to watch Sharif. Oh, that was pretty clear. So red got blue and got a lot of wire, but he maintains control. That was unfortunate. Andres had a chance to put it in the jaws. Oh, no. He might have to take a walk, decide what to do. Looks like nobody's really making that hoop. Black's the most makeable shot, which is not saying much. Just checking to see if blue can clear yellow so you can play that big game. Just put a ball in front, clear. Blue can clear red. If blue clears red down to 11, you might be able to get 10 and 11 here. No, conservative.
Possible crosswire.
Conservative crosswire, at least corner position, even if he didn't get a crosswire.
I think blue's going to be looking to come. Looks like yellow's right in front. Blue's taking a clearance on yellow.
Yeah, if yellow had gone a little farther.
No, it's not.
If yellow had gone a little farther, I like blue hiding from red. But if red can hit blue, it's going to be
stop
gone.
shot here.
Yeah.
Sharif's going to have 2 balls in front. So, yeah, has some work still left
Yeah,
to do.
Sharif's yellow position, again, you talked about the subtleties of position. Had Sharif gone past halfway at the hoop, a little bit southwest, it would have opened up a spot for Andres to hide straight in front. So the fact that Sharif got straight in front, maybe a little east, left no room for blue to hide. And that way, Sharif cleared blue, and this clearance does not do nearly as much damage since blue is not in position. So the subtleties of position here, where you're trying to give yourself more places to hide, trying to avoid giving the opponents places to hide, trying to get yourself more stop shots, avoid giving the opponent stop shots. We're seeing it all here, along with good corner control. And it looks like he's found the pace. Might have identified those ridges.
I think he's... Doesn't look like red's runnable. It looks like he's
Red's back 4 yards, so I think it's runnable, but it's long.
And is this a...
Yeah.
Oh!
Wow, not only did he make red's angle much more difficult. Oh, man. He says, your position is trash, Sharif. Sharif.
He might be on the deed.
It's trash.
He's trash. He's on the deed.
See if Sharif can get back on the deed by claiming position here. What an unfortunate shot for Sharif. Great fortune for Andres, who needs great fortune. Down 6-3 here and down a game.
It's black to play.
All right.
I think we have a possible in-off. Looks like from this angle there's an in-off off of red into the hoop.
All right, that might have been... he was making sure blue could clear red, but now he might go ahead and clear it first because, as Blake said, he could end up in the jaws or in the hoop. Had a look at yellow there. Make sure if I make this in-off, am I giving yellow hoop 11? Because that's another way to lose with a great shot. You don't want to make 10 and have Sharif be 4 yards in front of 11. I think 11's far enough back, though he wouldn't have minded.
Off the left wire.
Yeah, so he got that spin. Oh, bounced off the wire. These wires don't catch you so much. They bounce you. So now he's got 2 balls near the hoop, not in position. Going to have a lot of resets. Didn't really benefit. Got a little bit of control thanks to that crazy pinging pinball shot. Wasn't a combo. It was off one opponent and then on to the other. If he can play those kind of shots, the in-off should have been easy.
If you do that every time, I don't think there's many people that beat you.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough one even from close distance, as you saw him attempt earlier. So while they fight over position here, how about another word from Oakley Woods Mallets? So got the new Arrow mallet. I'm told Oakley Woods Mallets. His name's Don Oakley. He uses wood. He makes mallets. That's all you need to know. At www.croquetstore.com. Proud sponsor of the 2024 World Golf Croquet Championships here in sunny Hartfield, Virginia. All right, Andres does a little defensive clear. I don't really like his corner control there. He gave red an opportunity to send him wherever he wants.
Yeah, I think he's pretty confident. Well, the hoop shot with blue from this camera angle looks easy, but Now that I just looked onto the court, it's about a 7-8 yard hoop shot.
All right. Yeah, it looks like it's definitely south of hoop 6. So we're looking at 5 to 7 yards there. Sharif is also not sure. If you were down 3-6, you wouldn't want your opponent shooting that. But up 6-3, maybe Sharif's going to let him have a whale.
Yeah, I would be willing to give my opponent that hoop shot if they make it. Great shot. Just got to move on. And I think he got the block.
He's on the deed. He's on the deed with that one.
He gave it to him.
He owns that position.
He gave it to him, yeah.
Looking from the from the booth, that's about a yard in front. Yep, sure enough, it was blocking. Andres just made sure that he didn't get taken for a ride down to the south boundary. Had blue not cleared yellow, black would be playing from south of hoop 9. Now Sharif trying to remember the order, the little hand motion.
He gets a little old sometimes.
Not everybody is 18, Blake. So he could promote yellow is maybe what he was looking at, and then he's realizing that, black plays next. So bothering to promote yellow to position, it's still probably getting cleared.
And black taking a clearance on red here.
Yeah, he's going to let black clear red, but that's why he put it a little bit west, so it's a longer clearance. He didn't want it straight in front or east, giving black an easier stop shot. Andres a little left to center.
He's far away now.
So that's going to lose some of Andres' control here.
I think we're going to see a possible crosswire here. Yep, Sharif going in for the crosswire. Does not give blue very many options afterwards. Red comes back into position, and if yellow sees blue at all, I think it's going to be a very long clearance.
Yeah, so Andres has the option to see his crosswire and keep it crosswired. So he might just lag over closer to the hoop, stay crosswired. That way, if red's in position, Sharif can't clear blue away.
Ball is...
Did the court keep it crosswired, though?
No, he just went in front.
Position. All right.
And we have black over by the peg, so...
I think blue's going to be corner 2.
I don't think red's makeable.
Oh, my goodness, Sharif. That was a great opportunity. If Sharif is in runnable position there, yellow takes blue away, and it's red's to win because black is all the way west of the peg, at least... That's
Sharif
13 yards from the hoop to the peg, so that's at least a 15-yarder, 16-yarder there. That looked pretty casual for a shot with red.
I think Sharif was just already thinking about that clearance and just thinking about lighting that clear up harder than a cigarette.
Is it possible that yellow likes his hoop shot? Was that a block?
Yellow might be makeable. It looks like it is.
Okay, so this might have been, we might misjudge this, that flat camera angle we have from corner 4. It might be that Sharif has yellow runnable, and this is for the match. If Andres doesn't deliver here, Sharif could be running that to the boundary, and don't mind the hotter than a cigarette. Sharif might be lighting up a cigar here.
Absolutely.
Celebration time if he can win the bowl. Then he's going to take his time, mark the ball in.
And he's laughing. He's having a good time out there.
Nope, just a clearance.
Stop shot on blue.
All right, that's a lot of laughing for somebody who has no balls in position. But, it's a game, folks. He's having fun, even if he's got to still battle here. So that wasn't as critical. Andres nearly put partner through. Don't know if that's the intention or if he wanted a combo of some sort. But he will live to shoot again. It doesn't look like red's anywhere near position. Blue, a little bit behind yellow there.
Red just needs a good position. Is this a possible jaws or possibly just right in front?
Yeah, looking like maybe
Sharif's right in front.
6 inches in front. That's very runnable.
Black needs to hit this, or else I'm going to assume we're going to have a cuddle with yellow on blue and game over.
Yeah, you think of Sharif as a big power hitter, but he's a canny, cagey old man. He will cuddle and stymie you right when you think he's going to knock you to the south boundary. He may just cuddle up, give you no real play. So this is critical 7-yarder here. Got it.
And hits it with control, stays fairly relevant.
Yeah, that was pretty
and
center.
He's
You could see it
thinking
hopping.
about shooting the hoop.
No, his discretion's a better part of valor. He's up 6-3. He's not gonna rush it. He's gonna wait for a miss, it seems.
Giving himself a 5-6 yard hoop shot straight on.
Yeah, this is one of those things that you might not see tomorrow with Blake and Robert's final. Is playing for the opponent to miss a clearance is not something that generally works when you're playing in the World Championship final. Everybody misses, but your opponent and you today missed at such a low rate that if your opponent waited for you to miss, they'd still be waiting out there. You got to earn a hoop shot, and Sharif has not really been looking to take on any aggressive hoop shot. I think part of it is his position game is lacking a little bit. He's been getting stop shots, but just not getting position at every opportunity.
I think we're just going to see black come in here for a block on yellow in the hoop or blue. Blue looks like it's actually runnable, about 6 inches in front. Red's about a yard.
All right, it's uphill from 2 to 3, and he's short.
I think we're going to see a hoop shot here, possible in-off.
No, I think clearing it to the south boundary. He's south of 6, so he's 5 yards from the hoop. So he goes for the cut to try to put blue maybe wired. No, it looks like black is a little south of red, so maybe it took away a hair of red, but this should still be a makeable 10-yarder.
I think we're going to see a clearance here. Looking down to see which way it's going to break. Clearance on blue at red.
Got to clear that danger ball when it's in front of the hoop.
I think red's runnable, and he needs this to possibly stay alive.
Yeah, it looks like red and black are both a yard south, so our camera's in corner 4, so that might be less than like a 20-degree angle for both of them. Just looks way left because of our camera position. Really needs to hit this red ball, keep the match alive. If he gets the left half, he could put some distance between red and black. Oh no, it's not the worst shot. I think
right behind
he somehow lucked into a cuddle there. He hit the not only right of red, but right of black, and somehow got black to cuddle red. I wouldn't be shocked if Sharif is still able to stop shot this a little bit away. But if they're really close, then there's not much Sharif can do here. The good news is blue's not runnable, and if red doesn't go anywhere, black's not running either. So it's just a big old delay tactic. So Blake, what's coming up in Mission Hills this year? You want to invite people out to the desert to play some croquet?
Absolutely. We got the U.S. Open, December
3rd through 7th, I believe. I'll be down for that.
We're both playing, and that.
Oh, they had some distance. Looks like Sharif got a good stop shot on that.
Yeah, that's a very nice shot there by Sharif. Yeah, we're both playing AC tournament. 24 players, I believe. All championship flight. Contact Doug Grimsley.
Yeah, it may not be as real as Rick would like it. It's not exactly untimed best of 3s generally, but usually the final.
Yeah, so that's out at Mission Hills. We have the Desert Classic. I think that's early next year. Mission Hills Invitational, American rules. Coming in the next year, I don't think we're holding any national titles. We just had the last one in February.
All right, so sounds like a busy season in the desert no matter what game you play. Do you know of any GC going on in the desert?
I do not think we have any open tournaments besides just club tournaments that are going to be held this year.
Oh, had to go at the hoop from nearly 20 yards. Hit near the middle, but looked like it was left.
And we're going to see just another
oh,
ball
look
in
at the
position.
smile. He liked that. You know, if it breaks left, that might have been on all the way.
It couldn't. He looks like left the setup shot a little short.
Uh-oh.
Gotta switch camera.
All right, so we're going to switch to the camera in corner 2, and we'll still get to see Andres with this, I think, attempted clearing of red. Try to keep the game alive, unless he's just going for the hoop. If he's decided he's on the correct side of the hoop after his shot with black, he might like it.
And
no, he's
looks
missed
like
red.
Sharif has a hoop shot for 7-3, game 2.
All right, so Sharif's
Checking
patience paid off. All right, and he is looking at a 2-yard hoop shot for the match win for the bowl. So Sharif Abdelwahab ranked 47th in the world. Andres Alvarez-Sala cracking the top 30. We're gonna check the hoops. Matt doing his job. I believe.
For Matt to lumber on out there and pound it in.
I believe Sharif was the 15th ranked player in the knockout, and Andres Alvarez-Sala, he fell to E Burridge in 7-6, 7-2. We talked about it a little bit earlier. And Andres Alvarez-Sala, 22 ranked player in the knockout. He fell to Matthew Essick. And now looking like he might fall to Sharif.
And that's the bowl
bowl.
final.
Hats off, handshakes, good camaraderie. Lots of fun meeting players from all over the world. You don't often get to play, and playing in the block, the main knockout, even these consolation events. You come to croquet tournaments to play croquet, so we like to talk about the camaraderie there. So now what we're seeing here is a bit of an explainer for the double jump shot. Let's see, the double jump, the bouncing bomb.
The bouncing bomb. I think that's what we were calling that jump shot earlier.
Barnes-Wallis, the inventor of the bouncing bomb, which was used in World War II. Again, skipping on rivers to hit dams. So this bomb would be dropped from I assume, a low-flying glide path plane. So it would skip like a stone and hit the dam and not go off until it hit that dam. That is the term Barnes-Wallis used for bouncing bombs. Do you have any Barnes-Wallis jump shots this week, Blake, that worked? Successful dam busters?
I had one from the peg through hoop 4 earlier in the week.
From the peg through hoop 4, so a significant peg height or peg actual? You had the angle too?
Right, no, peg height, straight on at 4.
So that's a 10-yarder, 10.5-yarder?
Just, one bounce from there. You have one as well, back in England, last World Championship in block play, hoop 12.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. None this week, but yeah, in block play in 2009, down against Omar Fahmy, down a game, down 6-5. He had me wired at hoop 12. I believe you can find it on YouTube, but I had the peg in the way, and it was late in the day, and I couldn't see the hoop or the next ball to play. The danger ball was about 2 yards in front of hoop 12, and I was trusting Omar to make it for the win, so didn't think I could curve in any sort of blocking or hampering position. So I checked the peg height with my mallet, because my mallet's 36 inches, tried to see if it was half the height, and it looked a little high. So because we were late in the day, the court, the main court there, I think court 1, right there by the bar, everybody started wondering, why am I calling a ref out when I'm about to, hit a clearance shot or, shoot the hoop? At which point they figured out the only reason to mess with the peg in GC is if you're going to do something stupid, like jump it. And then, much to my surprise, once they got it down to 18 inches, I was able to jump over the peg, bounce over the black ball, and I think it was red that scored. Maybe it was yellow.
Yeah, that was one of the greatest shots of the tournament.
Scoring over opponent for 12.
How did the rest of that match go with Omar?
Oh, I lost at the hook, like the very next hoop. Lost that match in block play. The funny thing was Omar was very upset at me because I lost to an even lower seed, David Hanbridge, which Omar said messed up the whole block. So despite beating me, he was then upset that I messed up the whole block, and I had to win out the last 2 or 3 matches.
Then you proceeded
to qualify.
Then you proceeded to win that World Championship.
Yeah, that it worked out well. Once I qualified, I was able to progress, survive, and advance. Trying to remember John Richardson, John Powell, Richard Bilton in 3, and Josh Freeth, your recent Mission Hills pro.
In
one
5.
of your. He was up 2-0. I got him in 5, and then Mokarem in the final. That was the down a game, down 6-3. I was able to come back. But it allowed me to then enjoy my Barnes-Wallis jump after I won the tournament, because otherwise everybody talked about what a good shot it was, and all I could think was, I might not even make it out of the block. Don't really care about making that shot in a losing game.
I think the bouncing ball was a great thing to end on.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Blake. Congratulations. And I just want to let you know, job's not done. So get your rest and be ready for tomorrow. We're very glad you could join us for nearly this whole match here with Sharif and Andres. So thank you for giving the fans the sound of your voice and getting to know you a little bit better.
All right. We'll see everyone back in the morning.
Good luck with that Morford mallet shaft and your Oakley Woods Predator mallet head and your new performance line. Good luck with you and Steven in the
Yeah,
R&D
everyone,
phase.
once again, contact Stephen Morgan for BFGs, and we'll be starting the finals tomorrow at 9:30 on Court 11, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
All right. Thank you so much. This has been Blake Fields and Ben Rothman at the World Croquet Federation 2024 Golf Croquet World Championships hosted by the USCA at Chesapeake Bay Croquet Club in sunny Hartfield, Virginia. For us and all of our production team here in the Media Center, this is Ben Rothman saying good night, like and subscribe.